Welcome to beautiful Coogee Oval for conference semi-final time in the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. It is do or die cricket for these two teams this afternoon who are looking to keep their dream and advance their season along the tightrope of knockout cricket in the Kingsgrove T20 Cup. A very good afternoon to you, Jack Clifton and Andrew Menzel in commentary for this match between Randwick Petersham and St George. We've had a little bit of inclement weather around Sydney this morning, but it's good to see a mostly blue skyline across us here in beautiful the eastern suburbs of Sydney, and looking for dry conditions for what promises to be a cracking contest between, I guess you could say, the boys from the South St George making the visit over to the eastern suburbs Randwick Petersham sides 2v3 in this Sixers conference semi-final. Andrew Menzel alongside me in commentary. Manners, Happy New Year to you. Great to be sitting amongst you again, talking cricket and getting to commentate and observe this great competition, and looking forward to hopefully lots of runs and lots of wickets here this afternoon.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Jack, and Happy New Year to all the viewers. You can just see the Randwick Petersham side there, a very strong lineup. Burton, Ralston, Docko, it's gone again. And then we'll see the St George lineup come up in a minute. But what I really like about this contest today, Jack, is we've got two in-form sides locking horns. There's the St George side, and you might see Mark Stoneman there, the second name on the list, former Test cricketer for England, made his Test debut at the Gabba in 2017-18. I think he's played 11 Tests for England, so yeah, quite good to have a Test player out there today, Jack.
Yeah, that's right. Grant scored over 12,000 first-class runs and averages a tick above 20 in first-class T20 competitions over in the UK. He was playing over there in the most recent English summer or Australian winter earlier in the year. It's been a big inclusion for him. Him and Blake Nicataris both got amongst the runs yesterday for St George, winning the local derby against Sutherland. They'll be pretty pleased about that, but they won't want to rest on their laurels. They want to keep going in this competition. Both these clubs are three-time winners of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup and would love to usurp each other and also usurp Sydney Cricket Club to be the only team that could potentially win four. Earlier in the afternoon, Andrew Menzel was out in the middle. The coin toss was done, and it was won by Nick Stapleton, the skipper of St George. They decided to bat, hence why we see the Saints in red making their way out to the middle, and Randwick Petersham are going to get first use of that white new ball. Yeah,
I asked Nick Stapleton why he decided to bat first, and he felt that runs on the board in a knockout T20 game were valuable, so that's the reason he wanted to bat first and make first use of the pitch and maybe put some pressure on Randwick Petersham when they come to chase later this afternoon. The Randwick skipper, though, Daya Singh, said that the pitch has been in great form. The pitch has been excellent to play on. There's been a lot of runs scored out here on Coogee Oval lately. So he was pretty confident that his team could chase down any target that St George set. So we're in for a ding-dong humdinger of a contest. I think both teams have been affected by some COVID issues. So Daya Singh did point to the fact that it's been a real team effort to get the to get to this point. There've been a lot of contributions from different players. He pointed to Anthony Sams, who made a beautiful 100 in the last game. But yeah, I think we're in for a really close game.
So both batters out in the middle. It was a productive day for St George yesterday, as I mentioned. Blake Nicataris is in sublime touch, the 21-year-old. He scored 99 and was cruelly out on 99 a couple of weeks ago for St George in the first grade Belvedere Cup competition, but he backed it up yesterday with 104 from 123 against Sutherland and was player of the match in that fixture. And there was also Mark Stoneman, who was amongst the runs, hitting a polished 50 as they put on a big opening stand, and will like to do that in this form of the game as well. It is going to be Nicataris to take that first ball. Just a few little adjustments to the field, and bowlers getting ready to almost have us at the start line of this fixture. Of course, a couple of, or more than a couple of few do-or-die matches happening around the city, I guess you could say, today, Manners. The conference semi-finals, of which there are two in each conference, the Sixers and the Thunder Conference. We don't know where we're going to be next week, but there is some quality cricketing sides in action, some quality cricketing players around the city playing today.
Interesting. It seems like the Sydney University versus Blacktown game's already been called off. It's come up as no result already. Now, I wonder if that's just a My Cricket app anomaly or actually that game has been called off. But I would assume Sydney University would go straight through if that is the case.
Of course, Blacktown got through into the Final Four. We were doing our KO match of the day out at Penrith, out at Howell Oval, where Western Suburbs were able to beat Penrith and Blacktown were able to sneak in. But here's the first ball of the innings, and it's worked off the pads nicely there by Nikitaris. The first ball being bowled by Riley Eyre, the talented all-rounder for the home side. And so St George off and running straight away, none for one after one ball.
I guess the danger for Nikitaris here is that he made a brilliant century yesterday, but he's got to start again today. He's got to get into his innings again.
Here is Mark Stoneman. Faces up to Eyre and on the back foot, pushing onto the leg side. Nice little smattering of fans have made their way in. A lot of family members of players, but there's a few intriguing fans that have made the walk down from the beach. Stoneman watchful as he works that back down the pitch.
2 players allowed in the deep in the first 6 overs. They've got a deep forward square leg and a deep long on, patrolling the boundary, protecting the leg side. Then there's a slip, point, cover, mid-off. Sorry, extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, short fine leg.
Stoneman waits and Stoneman launches a big bomb going a long, long way, and we have our first maximum of the afternoon. Just stepped forward, played heftily through the line and lifted that a long, long way for 6.
Well, third ball in, and Stoneman has just put 1 foot down the wicket and hit Eyre a long way. Ben Mitchell, the Randwick Petersham player, is now off into the traffic to look for the white ball. It could be a little delay while they sanitise the kookaburra. Although I don't think anyone's touched it, so I think they're okay. I did note the Randwick Petersham skipper Dave Singh was talking about the ball getting wet because of the rain this morning, and that if it got wet they'd want to change it because of their spinners.
Yeah, well, they won't want too many more balls like that from their slow bowlers, will they? Mark Stoneman showing his hand early.
What a start.
Brilliant start for St George. Still 2 balls left in this first over. None for 7. Eyre in, short of a length. This one cut away nicely. Beats the infield and it's racing along the carpet here at Coogee. Even despite that rain, it was racing its way along, and Stoneman picks up 2 more. So he's looked really positive early on here. The Englishman, the 34-year-old from Newcastle upon Tyne, looking to try and get his side off to a great start here. Pushed up down the ground. Good finish there by Riley Eyre. Certainly not the worst over we've seen, but a pretty good one for St George to start. 9 from it. Stoneman on 8. Nikitaris on 1.
Lively start to this contest. I hope you're enjoying the action on KO Sports or wherever you're watching this game. We've got the whole cricket world in Australia watching us today, Jack, because the Women's Ashes game that's due to start has been affected by inclement weather, so they're not getting out there. The Big Bash is on tonight. There's no test match, so if you're a cricket fan, you should be watching. And there we see 2 players that should have a massive impact on this game. Anthony Sams, a blistering 100 in the last T20 game before the Christmas break, and Riley Eyre, who we just saw bowling but contributes with both bat and ball, 2 exceptional players.
2 players that are going to be called upon for Randwick Petersham, you feel, if they are going to advance into the conference final. And, on Australia Day, on Wednesday, January 26th, they would want to have some kind of handprint on the game, as we see I guess not a bowling change, but an opportunity from the other end. It's going to be Adam Semple, another one of those dual stars. He has been smacking the ball to all areas of the park this season, the number 8 batsman, but It's going to come around the wicket here to start. It's full, it's punched nicely out through cover. Well timed. There's a sweeper out in the deep who will be able to cut it off just before it reaches the boundary, and they'll pick up a couple. So Nikitaris now getting involved, doubling up.
Nikitaris did well there. That's an awkward delivery, a high full toss that he was able to steer into the gap. So often batters can just hit them straight into fielders' waiting hands and rue their dismissal. So well played, Nikitaris. Yesterday, Semple played his 299th game for Randwick Petersham.
This ball knocked away again onto the offside. They may struggle to get back for two here. They won't. They'll just get the single. And so Nikitaris has moved himself along to 4 from his first 3 deliveries. Stoneman 8 from 5.
Yeah, Semple played his 299th first grade game yesterday. He scored 51 off 27 deliveries.
Yeah, he knows how to hit them. They certainly stay hit when he gets in that mood, Adam Semple.
And he knocked over New South Wales skipper Peter Neville for a duck.
Semple in, pitches up and punched nicely down. There might be half a run-out chance. It's a shy at the non-strikers, and a fancy Stoneman may have just been home there, but Daya Singh, the Randwick Petersham skipper, would know Jason Sanger today because of Big Bash commitments, almost was able to put his handprint on the game early on.
A good aggressive running by St George. Two teams that play a lot of finals cricket in the various McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket competitions.
In comes Semple once more. Around the wicket. Nikitaris driving classically out through the offside into the deep extra cover region, and they'll come back for a couple more as the fielder out in the deep takes a little bit of a tumble. But when they're not hitting boundaries and not hitting sixes, they're able to get the 1s and 2s pretty efficiently here so far. St George, Stoneman 9 from 6, Nikitaris 6 from 4, without taking too many risks in this second over. Semple looking to try and get this early breakthrough for the home side. Pitches up, wraps on the pad, balloons out onto the offside. There's a shy. Well, I think he might have been in a little bit of trouble there at the non-strikers end. Nikitaris, he was kind of coming through very lackadaisical, but they do get through for the leg bye.
It took a while to get the motors going there, Nikitaris, and almost cost him his wicket. Bit slow out of the blocks.
He's got pretty long legs. He's a tall batsman. You don't always see it at this level. He was able to get on his bike quick enough to get to the non-strikers end and make sure that he wasn't run out in these early stages. Semple in. And this ball is looked to be thumped down the ground by Stoneman. Misses out. Hits the toe of the bat and dribbles out onto the offside. End of the second over. A pretty good one there by Semple. He pulled it back nicely those last couple of balls. None for 6 off his first. Nikitaris on 6, Stoneman 9. And St George a none for 16 minutes after winning the toss and electing to bat.
Very good start for St George. 8 runs and over. They look like they're in a mood to be aggressive and take on this attack. And I said it in the intro, that what you've got here is 2 in-form sides. Randwick are 3rd on the first grade ladder. St George are 6th. They both won yesterday. They both won 3 games so far in the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. It's a very good matchup. Not much between them.
And when they met in the Belvedere Cup, Manners, which at the moment is 50 over limited overs competition because of COVID and different things, it almost turned out to be a 20 over fixture there. Randwick Petersham were chasing 186 for victory, and they were reduced to only getting to face 31 overs. St George end up winning via Duckworth-Lewis method in that match, but it was an exciting fixture. And this ball worked down the ground for a single first up there. As we've seen a change in the bowlers, Basit Ali has come in for his first foray to the bowling crease, and he starts with a single. We were here last summer, Manners, on a day that was significantly warmer than it is at the moment. This ball punched in the air onto the onside. They've got fielders out deep on the onside for Stoneman and Nikitara, so they're able to get through for the single. Randwick Petersham, unfortunately, were in a double header and lost both of those games, and they've certainly been able to improve their T20 form to, I guess, go from winless in the group stage last year. Ali Ian, this ball clipped away. There's a chance for a run out, and it'll get back. Sam says a shy at the stumps.
Just to clarify, it looks like the Sydney University versus Blacktown game is getting underway, but getting underway late. So I think they're about to start play, so it's not a no result. As I foreshadowed, it was a My Cricket app anomaly.
Yeah, there's plenty of those that happen from time to time.
Parramatta are none for 25, hosting Western Suburbs. Mossman are 1 for 14, hosting Uni of New South Wales.
Busted Ali Ian, this ball hammered out through the offside. It's a good shot, probably deserved more than one, but Riley Eyre is out there at long off, pardon me.
I remember that 42-degree day you're talking about, Jack, when we were out here. It was brutal. Brutal conditions. I can only imagine playing, but I felt for Randwick that day, but they did end up winning the 50-over competition later in the summer, so they got the chocolates eventually.
This ball punched uppishly out to the offside. Looking to try and really get on top of the bowling early on, but Busted Ali bowling pretty good line and length, bowling to his field nicely here. He's got no slip, so he's just got Anthony Sams behind the wicket. But he's got a backward point, a gully on the edge of the circle. Slower ball. This ball has been slapped in the air. Not quite going to carry to Riley Eyre at long off, and they do keep it to a single. But a stacked offside field here for Busted Ali. And he completes his first over. A very tidy one. Just the 4 singles coming from it. Stoneman 11, Nikitaris 8. But I guess the positive thing for St George early on, Menners, is wickets in here. None for 20. A pretty solid start by the visitors.
Yeah, good start. I wonder what's par on this ground and with this pitch. I was sort of thinking probably 160 is par on this pitch and these short boundaries. A couple of areas, especially straight. I think if you've got 160... you can defend that.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen history has kind of shown us in this competition that if you get anything up above that 150 mark, it is pretty hard to chase down. Adam Semple's going to start his second over. Around the wicket, that's a glorious lofted shot. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, crashes into the fence for 4. That was a classical cricket shot down the ground there by Mark Stoneman. And that was lovely to watch. He's picked up 4 runs, none for 24.
In the slot there, and Stoneman just hitting through the line, timed it beautifully and got comfortably over mid-off's head. We're seeing in these early stages the new balls coming nicely onto the bat.
Simple to Stoneman. He tries to do it again. He does it really nicely. This one now onto the onside. He lofted on drive. Back-to-back boundaries for the 34-year-old Englishman, who looks in a rich vein of form to start here this afternoon. He's raced himself along to 19 off just 12.
So there's pressure on Semple now. The first 2 balls have disappeared to the boundary.
Can Stoneman make it 3 in a row? Semple in, wraps him on the pad and dribbles out onto the offside. And fielded by Semple in his follow-through. Good comeback there by the right-arm seamer. He's got the black batting gloves on. Mark Stoneman, don't see too many of players doing that these days. He's playing very well early on. Him and Blake Nikitaris played really well yesterday in a local derby win against Sutherland, and they're laying the platform for a big score here early on. And looking to work that slower ball that was outside the off-stump away, not to be. They were playing a miss.
I think he was beaten there by the change of pace by Semple. Stoneman just propping forward. Couldn't do anything with it. The 2 players on the boundary, you've got a deep square leg and a deep cover. So both sweepers square. They're just moving the square leg now to forward square leg. Probably sensible the way Stoneman's hitting them.
Potter Gore is on the boundary out there at deep backwards square leg. And Stoneman instead just going to work that to mid-wicket, puts pressure on the fielders, and they'll come back and they'll get a couple here. And that's what pressure can do to you. Unfortunately, on that occasion, Jason Ralston maybe took his eye off at the last moment, rushing in to try and get a run out or perhaps put a bit of pressure on the batters, but instead it goes the other way and Saints pick up a couple.
Clear blue skies now over Coogee Oval.
Turning out to be a lovely afternoon. A few people walking up from the beach after having a little bit of a dip. And maybe a chance for a run at here. It's a direct hit, but I think Stoneman may have been home. They're going to get another overthrow regardless. It's a great piece of fielding out there on the onside. But the umpire in charge saying no, not out. And they pick up a couple to finish the over as well. So Stoneman's exploded to 23 from 16. Nikitaris a runner ball 8. None for 32 or 4. Still 2 overs left in this first power play.
12 runs coming off that over. And I think that direct hit was quite close, actually, because I'm not sure Stoneman had his back grounded. You'll see here, he gets up to the other end. Now, is he sliding it there or did he put it down? Or he just slides before the line?
Yeah. Chancing his arm a little bit.
So 2 overs left in the power play. Nikitaris and Stoneman got their eye in. Look out if you're nearby.
Busted Ali, this ball flicked beautifully in the air down towards the mid-wicket fence for 4. One bounce over the rope for 4. That's a beautiful shot there by Blake Nikitaris. Hasn't really had too much of an opportunity to get going so far this afternoon, but that's probably the first, I guess, danger sign for the home side. Wristily flicking one away for 4.
Bit of flair there from Nikitaris. Bit of razzmatazz. Remember that one, Jack, from pre-Christmas?
Right. Yeah. Here he is, not as convincingly, bunting it down the ground for a single. And Randwick Petersham ensure there isn't an overthrow on this occasion.
Brings Stoneman back onto strike. To pull up his test record, Mark Stoneman. Didn't have a great time out here in the 2017-18 Ashes summer. Bit different pace facing Stark and Cummins.
Full toss outside, the off stump, he gets a bit of an edge on it. Sams does well to, it's like a soccer goalkeeper parrying it down with one hand and ensuring that no more damage was done. Perhaps got away with that one a little bit. Did Ali.
Experienced player Stoneman, almost 35. 5 test half centuries.
Ali and pitches up and this ball takes a thick outside edge. Or inside edge, it runs all the way down to the boundary for 4. So luck favours the Braves sometimes, and St George pick up 4 more there. It's certainly not going to go down in the highlights package for Blake Nikitaris, but he's able to get 4 to add to the total. 42 now for St George. Run rate 9 and over.
Stoneman's last test was May 2018 versus Pakistan.
Ali and short, this ball again bunted down the ground, not out of the middle. They'll look to come back for 2. Running to the danger end is Stoneman does well. Nikitaris now starting to really try and elevate that run rate in the last dying moments, I guess you could say, of this power play. 19 for him off 12.
Oh, this is an impressive start for St George. They've woken up today and they're vibing. They're already getting that run rate up towards 10.
Last ball's the over. Ali pitches up and this ball is hammered out onto the onside but picks out the sweeper at deep mid-wicket. And so it will be the single. But Nikitaris retained the strike. He's gone to 20 from 13. Stoneman looking equally as impressive. 24 from 17. 5 overs gone. None for 45. St George, they wouldn't have been happy with the way they played in their last round robin game of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. They were really, I guess, hopelessly outplayed by North Sydney. North Sydney ended up scoring 1 for 208 that day. Justin Avendano.
I think you're upsetting the St George faithful in front of us with that sort of slander, Jack.
Oh, it's not slander. It's that's stats. It's my cricket stats.
I know, you're right. They started, though, exceptionally well. I think they got three wins out of their first 3 games.
Yeah, it was their only loss in the campaign against North Sydney. Only mustered 121 with the bat, which wasn't surprising considering you're chasing such a big score like that in a T20 fixture. Generally, that does happen if you don't get going. Blake Nicataris that day managed to notch 42.
I'm doing ball by ball now, I know, Jack. Yeah, we swap every 5 overs. Just a refresher. 13 coming off that last over. What do the kids say? St George bossing this game so far. First ball. Hit nicely towards long off for a single by Nicataris. The skipper onto bowl. So seeing last over of the power play, he's got a deep long off and a... Can't see. He's seeing around the wicket. Just nudged nicely behind point on the offside for 4 by Stoneman. Beautiful shot. Just waited for it and steered it in the gap.
Yeah, nice shot there. Just waited for a little bit of width there from Daya Singh. And
can you see the second player out on the boundary, Jack? There's one there. Where's the other?
Just in front of us.
Deep
mid-wicket.
So there's a deep mid-wicket and a long off. Singh around the wicket. Nudged again. That'll be 4 more. Squirted past the keeper. And 2 boundaries in a row. Stoneman looking in sublime form.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad of a ball, really, from Daya Singh. Neither of these last 2 deliveries have been that poor, but maybe just drifting onto the pads a little bit and nicely flicked around by Stoneman, who, yeah, both these batsmen seem to really have their eye in, and it's creating ominous signs here for Randwick Petersham. 54 already and off the first 33 deliveries, and still 3 balls left in this power play as well.
Singh. Lofted towards the deep mid-wicket fielder. They've taken one. Nicataris is turning, running to the danger end, and he'll make it. The big long legs of Blake Nicataris. Now none for 56 in the 6th over.
It's just been really impressive the pressure St George have been able to put back on Randwick Petersham, because they've run their 1s and 2s really hard, and although sometimes it has looked a little bit risky, they've been able to put the pressure back on the home side when they're now really struggling, and they're the ones under pressure each time balls hit into the outfield.
Singh delivers and Stoneman squirts that one off the inside half of the bat behind square on the onside, and they take a single. Everything's falling St George's way right now. And hello to all the fans of St George and Randwick Petersham who are watching on KO, wherever you are watching the stream. Hope you're enjoying watching your clubs battle it out. The cameras are here. Great occasion for these 2 clubs, Jack. Singh again. Nicataris hits that one high over the offside. The fielder's running back, but he won't get there. It plugs in the outfield, and Nicataris gets 2 more.
Yeah, certainly an element of risk with that one, but what do they say? The old saying, if you're going to go early, go hard, and got enough of that to keep it away from the 2 fielders out there, and that finishes a very productive power play for St George.
Absolutely. They're none for 59 after 6 overs. 14 coming off that last over from the skipper, Singh.
I guess now, at least for Randwick Petersham, there's a chance of maybe stemming the flow of runs. You can plug a few fielders in the outfield now. You can analyse where St George have been playing their shots and work those areas, and there seems to obviously be a lot down the ground. I know we've seen a few shots square of the wicket and behind the wicket, but a lot of the runs have been coming in those long off and long off periods, out through extra cover as well. So wouldn't be surprised to see a fair few fielders protecting those regions now. As we see, we've got a long on and long off. There's also a man at deep mid wicket on the onside, but you've also got a regulation mid off, and also a backward point, and then a sweeper at deep extra cover as well. So they're covering all bases here, the home side.
Ben Mitchell's first delivery of the match. Left arm quick, delivers, and Stoneman strikes that nicely, but straight to cover, dot ball. One thing I have noticed, Jack, covering these games is that actually it can be a little bit more difficult to score on these slower wickets when the ball gets a bit older, when you get the spinners come into the game. That sort of last 10 overs, sometimes you don't get the acceleration you might be expecting. Here's Mitchell again. That's a slower ball, and Stoneman slaps at it, goes off the bottom of the bat and runs towards the fine leg boundary. The ball is fielded, and they've come back for 2.
The outfield running very well. I know we saw the ground staff actually using the ride-on mower as we arrived here about an hour and a half before game time. But even with that bit of drizzle of rain, and there has been some pretty poor weather around Sydney for the last kind of couple of weeks. So, yeah, they've done a really good job. Ball's running nicely on the carpet here of Coogee Oval.
Stoneman flicks that one again on the onside, and it'll just take 1. He now goes to 34.
I think it just, when you make a start like this, it really just changes the rest of how the batting side and the batsmen to come, I guess, are going to plan and play their innings. Yeah, someone like Nick Stapleton comes in at 1 for 5 in the first or second over, or 1 for 20 in the fourth over. You're probably going to be a bit more aggressive, but now they've really laid a wonderful platform.
The guitarist waits for that, but just steers it to backward point. You're spot on. So many of these T20 games can be lost in the first 6 overs. I think the stats are if you lose 3 wickets in the first 6 overs, very few T20 sides go on to win. So they've done the exact opposite here, St George. They've scored quickly. They haven't lost any wickets. And now the players coming in can bat with real freedom and try and get a score around that 200. Mitchell in again. Swung away on the onside. There's a fielder there, and he's caught it. Mitchell gets the first wicket. Nikitaris is out for 23. Good catch by the man on the square leg boundary, but a very good opening partnership. St George 1 for 62. Yeah,
good innings from Blake Nikitaris. Probably want that one back. He looked to hit it pretty well off the bat, but they've got their fielders well placed now. Randwick Petersham now. The power play is over, but a really good opening partnership, laying a great platform in the 7th over with the score at 62. But really liked what we saw there from Ben Mitchell. Changed his pace up. We've seen probably 2 or 3 slower balls where he's rolled his fingers across the seam, and wouldn't be surprised if that was another one of those, just taking a bit of pace out of the wicket. We've seen the batsmen have a lot of success coming forward when the ball's coming onto the bat quickly, and I think in any form of cricket, batsmen like the ball coming onto the bat with a lot of fluidity and a lot of pace, and just taking the pace off the ball and banging in the pitch has kind of caused a few little problems. So Randwick Petersham, something to build from here. They'll be relieved to break this opening partnership, and they'll be looking to kind of push on from here to maybe get a couple of wickets in these next 3 or 4 overs.
You're right. I do feel Nikitaris will be disappointed that he hit it straight down the fielder's throat. If he hit that a few metres either side, it's probably 4 or 6. But he picked out the fielder.
I think it's always hard, even when you pick up a slower ball. It's one thing to recognise that it is a slower ball. It's another thing to hit it because you're going to put all the weight and all the power behind it, especially with as they talk about the revolutions on the ball. But credit to Randwick Petersham and credit to Blake Nikitaris, 23 of 17, creating a nice little platform here and a good partnership with Mark Stoneman to get St George off and running. And now we see the skipper, Nick Stapleton, out there, who's been having not a great T20 season, so he'll be wanting to get amongst the runs and build a bit of a partnership here.
They're just changing the field now for the new batter. They've brought mid-on and mid-off into the circle, not to give away any easy singles. Mitchell's around the wicket. Stapleton uses all his experience just to pop it into the offside and get off the mark. First ball. That's the end of the over. It is. It's 1 for 63. Stoneman's on 34. Stapleton on 1.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a difficult season, at least in the shorter form of the game for Nick Stapleton coming into this match. It only scored 38 runs in this Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup competition, an average of of 9. St George, it hasn't affected St George too much because there's been a lot of other players that have stood up. But I think any time that you're not contributing as much as you'd want, you're pretty keen to get out there and get amongst the runs. And we know that he's got so much quality as well, Nick Stapleton, the skipper. So it'll be interesting to see how he plans and constructs his innings here this afternoon as well.
Wasn't he the O'Reilly medalist last year in New South Wales Premier Cricket? That's for the player of the season, and I just wonder when he comes out to bat whether there's a bit of a target on his back now. Riley Eyre bowling his second over now. His first over went for 9.
Yeah, he's an all-round talent as well, Nick Stapleton. He's taken 14 total wickets in all competitions for St George this season.
He's on strike now. Yeah, a couple of steps. The left arm spinner tosses it up and good delivery. Stapleton beaten all ends up there. A bit of bounce.
Yeah, I think you need to be brave if you're Riley Eyre, so it's good to see him giving it plenty of air, trying to tempt the batsman to come forward.
Eyre in again, and Stapleton dances down a couple of paces and pads it away.
I think it can be sometimes the easier option as a slower bowler to fire it in, not give it much air. It's good work here by Riley.
Be quicker, and Stapleton back, cutting to the sweeper on the offside for a single. In the games we've covered Riley Eyre in, he's always been impressive, whether it's been the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup or the 50-over competition we've seen him bowling. He's a very fine craftsman.
I'm just really impressed that there's been so many players in this competition, but also in the Belvedere Cup, that I guess you would call, say, a dual athletes are able to bowl and bat quite well and have skills in both those areas, because it's something that sometimes gets trained out of players when they're a little bit younger.
I think T20 cricket's been really good for that, because there is now a lot of value in a bowler being able to come in and hit 20 off 10 to close out an innings. We've seen Daniel Sams turn himself into a fine batter. Riley Eyre again, and worked on the onside by Stoneman for a single. Daniel Sams, obviously a Randwick player, fine bowler, but in the last few years his batting's come on in leaps and bounds. It's very important to keep working at both crafts. And when it comes down to selecting who you're going to sign for your franchise, that might be the difference. Eyre around the wicket. Stapleton plays back to the bowler. Good first over from Eyre. Second over, sorry. Just 2 runs coming off that over. He's now none for 11 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, good comeback there. He used a combination of good flight, but also bowled a couple of flatter ones. And the runs are probably just right up a little bit here. It's not panic stations at all for St George, being only 1 down. That run rate above 8 and over as well. So they've got plenty of wickets in the sheds. The run rate's healthy. You just want to keep pushing along and, I guess, pick up runs where you can without taking too many silly risks. But I feel Stoneman the key here. 35 from just 26. He's almost one of those batters that you can envisage him batting through the whole innings and finishing with a pretty big score. And if he does, I think St George are going to be pretty happy with their standing.
You're right. He can play a big innings, and if he does, could be a match-winning innings. He waits now for Mitchell, who again slower ball, and Stoneman just waits and pops it in the air towards deep long on for a single. So what Mitchell's doing is here, and I've seen this a lot, because the square boundaries are a bit longer at Coogee Oval, he's trying to, just hit the pitch hard and, run his fingers down the ball and try and make it difficult for these St George players to hit straight. Challenge them to clear the long boundary rather than the short, straight boundaries. Here he's around the wicket now to the right-hander, and that's a slow full toss that's steered to third man for a single. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, no ball. And a free hit.
These can just be real momentum shifters, can't they? You feel that Randwick Petersham have kind of got themselves back in the game a little bit with some tight overs, but Will this change things?
Free hit time. Stoneman lashes at that one straight, and he's found the gap. 4 more to the English left-hander.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's just a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of maybe a lack of concentration at times, or the ball just comes out a little bit wrong. You'd only give away that 2 runs from the 1 no ball on the run, but then the free hit follows up with 4, and it's just got St George, I guess, back on top.
Better ball squirted down the ground for a single.
Really, really good cricket here, though. Both sides feeling each other out. St George have made that good start. Randy Peets are trying to kind of pull themselves back to level peggings, not let the game get too much away for them where they're chasing 180 odd.
Stapleton pushes into the offside and no run. The end of no one to come. 1 ball left in the 9th over. They scored 1 for 73. Stapleton eyeing up gaps in the field. There is a big gap behind square on the onside. And he cuts at that one. Third man's coming around in his slides and picks it up. And they've come back for 2. Good cricket, good shot, good fielding.
Yeah, great piece of fielding out there. It might not look like much, but a save like that can be the difference between winning and losing a game. Sometimes we see how T20s can be so close, and there's been a couple of nice bits of fielding after they'll put under pressure a little bit earlier. Randwick Petersham probably a little bit sloppy in periods. Nice work out in the deep there.
All right, last ball again of the 9th over. Stapleton misses a slower ball, and that is the end of the over. 10 runs coming from it.
Yeah, that's a good one for St George, and I think that you take out that no ball, which led to 2, and then the boundary off the following ball, that 6 runs right there, that takes up the lion's share of that over, and again just keeps St George comfortable after that great over by Riley Eyre, which had kind of pegged it back a little bit. So these next couple of overs, Randwick Petersham will be wanting to get back to their plans and processes. And
really interested what Stoneman's going to do here. Will he let Eyre bowl, or is he going to take him on? What do you think, Jack?
I think he's going to continue to take the runs that are on offer. I think he'd love to play down the ground, but it's protected well at the moment.
Sweeps to square leg for a single.
Because I think it's at this stage of the innings where you've got 4 or 5 fielders out on the fence. I think you need to be really careful about the balls that you do go for, especially with so much protection. So throwing your wicket away needlessly to try and hit a 4 or 6 is not the way to go.
Yeah, tosses up and Stapleton cuts to the fielder. Oh, there's a misfield and they'll get a run. Camden Hawkins there letting that one get past him. Gave away a single. Brings Stoneman back onto strike. The bowler will not be happy with that. He's airing again. Pushed back to the bowler and is caught and bowled. Excellent stuff from Riley Eyre. Dismisses Mark Stoneman, who's made a really polished 42, but all he could do was hit it straight back to the bowler. And Eyre wins the battle. St George now 2 for 77.
Yeah, smart work by Riley Eyre there. I don't know if he really would have expected the return catch, and you saw Mark Stoneman just rock the head back in disgust, just disappointed with himself. He's been going along really nicely, timing the ball beautifully, and it shouldn't take anything away from a wonderful innings. But Riley Eyre much like he does in a lot of the games that he plays for Randwick Petersham, is having a say on this game, and a really good bowling performance there. He tied St George down that last over, Menners, and he's able to pick up a breakthrough now. And just when it looked like St George were starting to get back on top again and starting to build on that platform, Randy Peets are able to get a breakthrough, and an important one as well, because you felt that Stoneman, if he batted throughout the innings, particularly in those last kind of 4 to 5 overs, he could have been 70 or 80 not out at the end of the day, and St George could have been pushing towards a mammoth total. That may still be the case, but both openers that made such a good start have been dismissed, and Randwick Petersham are going to be feeling a little bit more assured about their position at the moment.
Stoneman will be disappointed with that one. He had this Randwick Petersham attack at his mercy, and all he could do was play it straight back to the bowler. Soft dismissal. It brings Luke Bartier to the crease. Another fine contributor to this club with bat and ball. Left-hander be facing air. He's air. And he sweeps his first ball behind square on the onside. There's an appeal. But we'll just wait for the umpire. I thought that came off the bottom of the bat, but maybe it just flicked the pad. Yep, leg buys, hence the appeal. 2 for 79 now, St George. Stapleton, the non-striker's end. The skipper, Bartier, has just joined him out there, yet to get off the mark. Former English international Mark Stoneman just dismissed for 42. And Bartier sweeps behind square on the onside. Hawkins coming around, does the fielding, and they've only got 2.
I think any time you can have these kind of figures, Riley Aries going a tick above 5 and over at the moment. He's bowled really well.
In again and floats that one up. Bartier sweeps to deep square leg for a single. And the end of a successful over for Riley Eyre. He picked up the wicket of Mark Stoneman for 42. He has the figures of 1 for 16 off 3 overs. It's 2 for 82 after 10 overs here in the semi-final of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup.
Fascinating, isn't it? That run rate's still healthy for St George, above 8 and over. You can see some patrons there. It's turned out to be a beautiful day. It could be 15 and raining and people would still be out in Coogee. It's one of the most popular places, not just in the eastern suburbs, but in Sydney. And I guess with the fact that people were all locked down for a good portion of the year, people are keen to get out and enjoy some sunshine. It hasn't been the greatest summer. You probably don't need to speak to too many cricketers around New South Wales to find that out. It's chatting with Steve Green earlier in the week, and he's now the former St George bowler, now coach of Sutherland. He was saying how frustrating it had been, I guess, with COVID, but also the rain this summer. But in comes Singh, and it's punched out through the offside, and they'll pick up a single. So a bit, maybe not a recovery project per se, but Nick Stapleton, the skipper, and Luke Bartier here to try and build a partnership and push the score towards something that they'll be happy with and their bowlers can defend later in the afternoon.
They need one of these players to get going. And you mentioned Coogee being a popular spot. I know the Sydney Sixers, when they bring in overseas players, especially English players, they usually house them at Coogee, and they're very happy here.
Daya Singh in. This ball has ricocheted off the pad. There's an appeal for LBW. And the whole Randwick Petersham side kind of just stopped in slow motion and allowed St George to get through for the leg bye.
Yeah, that's part of the Sydney Sixers' selling point, I think, to luring overseas players here. They show them photos of Coogee Beach and where they'll put them up.
I wonder where St George have put up Mark Stoneman. maybe not at Coogee, but it's probably a darn sight warmer than Newcastle.
That's right. Darn sight warmer than the depths of winter in the UK right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, often the first couple of rounds of the Kenny Championship are played in 10, 11 degrees, which is it's quite warm for, I guess, the Englishman. Playing a miss outside the off stump. Bit of a fumble by Anthony Sams. No run taken. Dyer Singh bowling some good line of length and some good pace and carry here at the moment from the Randwick Petersham skipper.
Yeah, I played one season of cricket in England, and I've got to say, trying to catch a ball in slips in April, it's not pleasant. Like your hands are ice blocks. Really hurts.
Haven't got that today. There was some rain around, but apart from smattering of cloud cover, lots of blue sky here in the eastern suburbs. Flicked away nicely off the hip there by Bartier. He'll want to come back for a second. He won't get it though. Good fielding out in the deep there. Riley Ayre mopping things up as Randwick Petersham continue on this salvage mission, hoping for more St George wickets. It was the skipper who's on strike at the moment, Nick Stapleton, that won the toss earlier this afternoon. Liked what he saw out of the pitch and wanted to take first advantage of it. He now has to face the opposition captain, Dyer Singh, pitches up and chopped away to point. Singh bowling tidily here at the moment. They've been pretty good with the bat so far this season, St George. Taking a look at their fixtures so far, we saw them in the KO match of the day in round one against Gordon, who were semi-finalists last year. St George chasing down 158 that day. They were supposed to take on Randwick Petersham in round two, but torrential rain meant that match was called off. Their bowlers helped them in round three against Sydney Cricket Club, have been one of the dominant forces in the Kingsgrove T20 Cup. Pitched up and flicked uppishly to square leg. Not too far away from the fielder there. Very good over by Dyer Singh. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 14. Bartier on 5, Stapleton on 8. 11 gone. St George 2 for 86.
Yeah, good 4 overs for Randwick Petersham. They've only conceded 21 runs and taken the wicket of Stoneman, so they've pegged St George back. I hope everyone's enjoying this KO match of the day, the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. It's also a big day for Randwick Petersham because tonight in the Big Bash, the Sydney Thunder take on the Adelaide Strikers. And there's actually 2 Randwick Petersham players going head-to-head in that game. Henry Thornton was snapped up by the Strikers. And, of course, Jason Sanger is a star for the Sydney Thunder.
Daniel Sams as well.
What did I say? Oh, Daniel Sams as well, yeah. 3 players.
Yeah, the trifecta. They'll be delighted. In comes Ralston coming over the wicket. The whippy action that's worked away out through gully down to third man for a single. It seems to be quite a good breeding ground for Randwick Petersham. If you want to play Big Bash cricket, maybe come and play your first grade cricket with Randwick Petersham.
It's amazing how many players have been picked up from the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup in the last couple of years to slot into Big Bash teams. Unfortunately, Ben Menenti, who's done excellently in this competition for Sydney Cricket Club, he was due to play for the Sixers but got an injury. You know, it is a breeding ground for the Big Bash franchises. They look closely at performances in this competition.
In comes Ralston, who's got plenty of pace behind him. Pitched up and clipped off the toes, but straight to mid-on.
Who does Hayden Kerr play for in the grade competition?
He plays for, I think he was playing for Sydney University.
Yeah, because we've seen him on a team sheet, but he wasn't available. But he's virtually the leading wicket taker for the Sixers this season.
As well as getting to play some first-class cricket with New South Wales, which is a huge buzz. He had quite a great debut against Victoria. I think he got a 70-odd not out and took a couple of wickets. It's been, good for grade cricket this summer. Ralston in. This ball slashed away and balloons in the air. Unfortunately lands in no man's land, and no Randwick Petersham player can get within cue of it, but they pick up a dangerous single.
This match that we're covering now was delayed by 2 weeks because of some COVID chaos in the new year. So they've delayed it by 2 weeks and just giving everybody time to actually get their clubs in order.
Ralston in, cut away nicely, finds the gap, but probably is too well hit for them to get a second, so it will just be the single. And that's the thing, we've heard different Broadcasters speak at length about the inconvenience that the BBL has been put under with replacement players and players being in isolation, even more so here at the grade cricket level, because these guys are not professionals. They've got jobs. They work Monday to Friday, so there's been all sorts of Hafik guys having to come up from second and third grade, and it's affected all of the top 5 grades of the New South Wales Premier Cricket as well, Manners.
That's right. It seems to be settling down a bit now, but I know a couple of weeks ago I ran into a couple of club presidents. I'll continue after this delivery.
Ralston in, this ball's hammered high into the air. There's a man coming around trying to get underneath it and takes a very good, well-judged catch in the end. Paru Gore is the man that has taken it. The opening batsman, he had a lot of time to think about it. And in the end, got his hands underneath it and completed a very well-judged catch. So St George lose their third. Wouldn't say the wheels are coming off, but they're just stumbling a little bit here, the visitors. 3 for 89. Luke Bartier's the man to go. He's heading his way back to the pavilion for 6.
A very good catch there by Gore, running to his left. And it seemed to take a little bobble when he caught it, so excellent work to hold on to it. Randwick Petersham are clawing their way back into this contest. And Bartier goes. He'll be disappointed. But he did the right thing. He took the attack to the bowler. It just didn't come off this time. Brings Phillips out to the crease. Caleb Phillips. Very good young player. Also the groundsman, I think, out at St George.
Yeah, all round, originally from the ACT, Caleb. We saw him in the first game. Bowls a bit of off-spin. Very talented all-rounder, but hits the ball hard, and he's got a bit of a job ahead of him. There's the scorecard. It was a great start. But Ben Mitchell, Riley Aaron, Jason Ralston have all been able to get their side back in the game with wickets. Mark Stoneman, the pick of the batsman for St George. Let's see if they can continue their rich vein of form. Ralston in, pitches up on the pads and whipped away nicely onto the leg side by the skipper Stapleton. And that completes Ralston's opening over. A very good one, just 4 runs from it, plus a wicket. And after 12 overs, St George 3 for 90, that run rate that for, I guess, the large portion of this innings was above 9 and over, has dropped to 7.5. Stapleton's on 11, and the new man Phillips yet to score.
Yeah, I was saying that at around the New Year period, around the Sydney Test period, I ran into a couple of club presidents just as McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket was about to resume. See there the bowling figures.
Very impressive, Riley. Yeah, even when the runs were flowing, he was keeping it tight. But also good bowling by Ralston and also Dyer Singh, the skipper. Talking of Riley Eyre, here is that man again bowling his 4th and final over, and he starts with a shortish delivery, which is punched off the back foot through point for a single.
Yeah, the club presidents were saying around that time they were every hour getting messages that players were being wiped out because they were close contacts or had unfortunately contracted Omicron. So they did the right thing to delay this competition by a couple of weeks, because it would not have been the same if teams hadn't been able to feel close to their best 11s.
Whipped down the ground to long on by Phillips, and he is off the mark.
I think every cricket team has to accept that there'll be exclusions for every match at the moment, but you still want the integrity of the competition preserved as much as possible. So I'm glad it was delayed.
Oh, plenty of air given by Air, but it's swept away nicely. Just use the pace as it rolls aimlessly towards the boundary, and Ralston does really well, tiptoeing his way along the sideline, along the boundary marker, and there's almost a run out at the non-striker's end. There was almost 2 run-outs then. Anthony Sams almost could have gone for it at the striker's end, decided to go to the non-striker's end, but they get through for 3, I believe, in the end, Manners.
That's right. I don't think Stapleton was too keen on taking the 3rd one there, but he just got to the non-striker's end. A direct hit may have had him short, but Caleb Phillips called him back for the 3rd, and he'll be on strike.
It's back and waiting and just defending out onto the offside. One of the rare shots in that previous delivery, they were able to get Riley Eyre away for more than a single or a double. These two real key for St George at the moment, you feel. Phillips bunts this one down so long on for the single. Wonder would they just try and see off air. He's done the damage off his 3.5 overs. Would be silly to gift a wicket now. Going for one big shot too many. And he comes and dug out nicely. Good delivery, speared in. They might think about a second here. They come back. There's a bit of hesitation from Phillips, who gets on his bike and shows some good pace to get back comfortably in the end. So Stapleton finishes with a couple, but 4 very good overs from Riley Eyre, pulling Randwick Petersham back in with some really disciplined bowling, good line and lengths, and some nice variations. 1 for 24 from his 4 overs. Stapleton with that last shot has moved to 17 from 18. Phillips 2 from 3. 13 overs gone. St George 3 for 98.
After that dashing start by the openers where they were none for 59 off the power play, the first 6 overs, in the 7 overs after that, it's been a bit of a struggle. They've gone from none for 59 to 3 for 98. To 39 runs coming in those 7 overs. Really good stuff by Randwick Petersham. They know these conditions. They're bowling to the Coogee Oval dimensions, really making the St George Place hit to the square boundaries. They picked up some wickets.
You said before a ball was bowled, Menners, that 160 is what a team would be looking at, especially after the start that St George made. Ralston continues. It's dropped onto the offside and they scurry through for a single. Is that still in the ballpark for St George? Is it 150? What will you be looking at the moment if you're in the St George camp?
I think with wickets in hand and 6 overs to go, they should be, or 7 overs to go, almost, they should be looking at around 160. Yeah, I would say, 8, 9, 10 and over from here should be possible. But it does need one of these players to pay a little gem of a cameo, 30 or 40 quickly.
Ralston in, pitches up, and he tries to close the face on this. Balloons in the air. Randwick Petersham take their 4th wicket. And it is Ralston that's doing the damage. He picks up his 2nd. He's got 2 wickets, some 2 relatively quick wickets. He's got 2 for 5. And the skipper, Stapleton, is on his way, gone for 17 from 19, 4 for 99. St George, he was trying to work that onto the onside, but unfortunately closed the face a little bit too quickly, and it took the top edge and skied into the, the eastern side of skyline, Menners, and Randwick Petersham continued to knock on that door. They've got 4 wickets now.
Well, that's another big wicket for Randwick Petersham. Stapleton had played himself in. He was set to launch at the bowlers, but that wicket will set St George back, and good catch there. I sensed a slight bit of indecision between the 2 Randwick Petersham fielders on the onside, but good call, and he took a comfortable catch above his eyes.
Yeah, tried to work that onto the leg side. Stapleton, perhaps a little bit too quick on it, and it has gifted a wicket to the home side, who will be fancying their chances now. Matthew Hopkins is the new man in. The batsman did cross, which means that Caleb Phillips is on strike.
Yeah, I think this match has swung back towards the home side now.
Ralston in, pitches up on the pads and pushed down the ground. It's a little bit sloppy there from Randwick Petersham. They would have wanted to cut that one off, but it does bring up the 100 for St George, coming in the 14th over, as Phillips moves to 4 unbeaten. Ralston with magnificent figures of 2 for 6 off 1.3. Jason Ralston.
Could this be a decisive spell in this game?
Comes around the wicket, driving nicely. It's a lovely square drive as it races its way down towards the boundary. Again, good fielding on the rope. Cuts it off, but a good start there by Matthew Hopkins. Good positive play. He's off the mark straight away, 4 for 102. Well, Ralston, he's just been able to show that express pace, hasn't he? Hurried the batsman up. a little bit quicker on them than perhaps some of the other bowlers have been. Unable to free your arms as quickly against a bowler of that pace. Forward and pushing onto the offside again is Hopkins, and this time picks a single.
Certainly a different complexion now on the St George innings. A few overs ago, before Stoneman was out, they were probably thinking about really accelerating and taking on this Randwick Petersham bowling attack. But I feel now, next few overs, they need to consolidate, pick up the singles with the odd boundary, and then the last 3 overs really open up. But if they go too hard now, they'll have the lower order facing those last couple of overs, which is not ideal.
Ralston in, it's a good delivery. It's nothing much that Phillips can do with that. He just has to come forward and defensively push onto the offside. Ends the over. Another very good one for Ralston, but also for Randwick Petersham. He's got 2 for 9 from 2, and they've pegged it back the home side. St George 4 for 103 after 14 overs. That was after they earlier won the toss and elected to bat. Hopkins, the new man, on 3, and Caleb Phillips unbeaten on 4.
Beautiful scene here at Coogee, getting busy. A couple of hundred spectators in there. The 362 bus running down the street beside the grounds. People making their way back from a dip. Some people making their way to the beach. Classic Sydney scene. Daya Singh now into the attack, and they're adjusting the sight screens at the far end there, and not the biggest sight screens I've ever seen.
No, well, you really know it is local cricket when the players have to push the sight screen together. Makes a bit of a squealing noise as well that we can still hear in our commentary position, but Daya Singh, a bit of a false start there as Hopkins moves away, and a dead ball is called by the umpire. None for 14 for Daya Singh. His first over a bit expensive, but he pulled it back with his second. What does the Randwick Petersham captain have up his sleeve? Around the wicket he comes and wraps him on the pad. There's a big appeal. Very confident shout from the skipper, not out.
Skipper, not quite sure why that wasn't given out. You can see him pleading with the umpire.
Perhaps the angle of coming around the wicket. The only thing, it's hard to see from where we are because we're side on. We're probably more in a backward point position where our commentary section is.
Maybe a hint of an inside edge as well.
Ball hit hard, but unable to pierce the gap. Good tight bowling here from Randwick Petersham, and the pressure that they were under in the field has been reversed and thrown back onto St George. They try and push towards a score that is not only competitive, but they'll be hoping is match winning. Peter Francis padded up in front of us, the St George boy. Singh short at the body, fended away to Ralston. At backward point, another dot ball.
Randwick Petersham turning the screws here. They're just not allowing these batters to get going. 3 dot balls to start this over. The skipper leading the way, Daya Singh.
Very hard to come out from the sideline to the middle and just let your bat do the talking straight away. It is pretty difficult circumstances. Short, and he advances and works it down to short, fine leg. Does Hopkins. Runs off the bat is called. Some really good field plays. Good captaincy here from Daya Singh as well. He's obviously bowled well. 15 into his 3rd over, but his field placings have been really nicely done. Aggressively down the ground. It's a little bit too well for them to pick up a second. Fielding done by Ben Mitchell down the ground. Just one more to the total.
Randwick Petersham searching for a hat trick of titles. 3 seasons ago, they won the Belvedere Cup, the first grade competition. Last year, they won the 50-over competition. Can they make it the 20-over competition this year, Jack? They're still in the running for it. They're also still in the running for the Belvedere Cup. There is no standalone limited overs comp this year. Another big appeal from the skipper.
Falls on deaf ears. Hit quite high on the pad. And a few questions perhaps being asked, but it does that complete Dyer Singh's third over. 15 overs gone for 106. And to take you through the final 5 overs of the innings, ball by ball, is Andrew Mensel.
Thank you, Jack Clifton. And just having a look at the other games being played in the competition. Blacktown batting first against Sydney University, a 3 for 68. Parramatta hosting Western Suburbs, a 5 for 99. Mossman, a 5 for 111, hosting Uni of New South Wales. The winner of that game takes on the winner of this game next week. I used to play for Mossman. There's some bias there.
Yeah, of course.
And then St George, 4 for 106, right here. 5 overs to go. Strap yourselves in. This is the time when teams tee off. Here's Bazard Ali around the wicket. And it's pushed by Hopkins down the ground for 1. 4 for 107. 5 overs to go. I'm thinking 150 should be your minimum if you're St George from here.
Yeah, I just feel it's going to be challenging with the way that Randwick Petersham have been bowling and fielding lately. We haven't seen a boundary for a long time. Putting the ball in really good areas, taking the pace off the ball as well, bowling wide of the stumps. It takes time for both these batters to get their eye in and get the hand-eye coordination functioning. It's just, I'm sure they'd love 150, but whether that's going to happen is another question.
Ali in, and Phillips did the right thing there, trying to hit straight. It squirted on the onside. They just took 1. Seagull got in the way there. Almost did the fielding itself, and now it's Seagull's come back to tell off the fielder. Now it's going to find another spot to perch itself. I feel like Bill Laurie right now talking about the Seagulls. Oh no, Seagulls copped it.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen this afternoon.
What was that?
I said hopefully that doesn't happen this afternoon. Hopefully they're smart enough out here to move when a white ball of fury is heading towards them.
Ali around the wicket again, and that's a wide down leg side, and the umpire raises his arms. 1 more to the total. 4 for 109. Ali in again, and it's right in the block hole, squirted out. The backward point for a single. Randwick Petersham seems to be bowling a mixture of Yorkers and slower balls, and it's been excellently executed. And thus far, apart from Stoneman and Nikitaris, none of the St George batters have got going. Stoneman's 42 off 31 stands out like a sore thumb. Here's Ali in again, and whipped in the gap on the onside by Phillips, and they'll take 2. Lovely shot from Phillips, timed it beautifully, just flicked his wrists. Didn't quite make it to the boundary, but a good shot nonetheless. Phillips looks like a cricketer to me, the way he bats.
Yep.
Looks like he's got some class about him.
Yeah, very good technique, hits the ball well, good timer of the ball.
Steered on the offside for a single.
Probably the least that St George can do at the moment when those big shots aren't happening. You've just got to try and at the very least, just pick up a single every ball, and then if you can cash in and get a 2 or a 4, if it's a bad ball, you can put it away. But yeah, runs are just imperative at this stage of the innings.
Hopkins on strike. Slow ball again and steered past the wicket keeper, running towards the fine leg boundary. Won't get there. They've taken 2, and that's all they'll get. And that's the end of the 16th over. It's 4 for 115. 9 runs coming off that over.
Yeah, a little bit better. Just so difficult, isn't it, to get your timing right when there's a balls bowling wide of the crease. There's slower balls as Yorkers. It is really hard to get that timing earlier in your innings. I think it can be difficult at the best of times, but Randwick Petersham have bowled really well and made it difficult for St George. There's some of the St George Brains Trust. Blake Nicataris on the right there, just tucking into a bit of food, a bit of energy for the afternoon of fielding. Interested to see how these final 4 overs go already. 115 on the board, and even if they were to be kept around that 140, 145, it still runs on the board. How often do we see teams that have batted first in this competition do enough to hold on? It's going to be an intriguing last 24 legal deliveries here.
Sample in. Full ball squirted to the deep fielder on the offside, and Phillips is turned for the second, and there's a misfield at deep point. Simple to Phillips, who steps across his crease and hits down the ground. The fielders are coming along. Good dive and a good stop, and they've kept it to 2. I think Randwick Petersham have fielded very well today.
They have. There's been, we spoke about the first stop of the day where they saved a certain boundary in this pool. There have been 4 or 5 others that they've been able to cut off 1 or at least 2 runs.
Sample in again. Phillips is back, pushing down the ground. They just get 1 run. 4 for 120 now. 5 off the first 3 deliveries. Phillips is on 14 off 13. Hopkins 8 off 10. Sample none for 23. On the cusp of his 300th first grade game. He plays next week. Dismissed the New South Wales skipper yesterday for a duck, Peter Neville. I think Simple's first ball was a wide and his second ball got the wicket of Neville. The wide delivery. Then it got a bit ugly for them. They ended up winning the game actually because they batted so well, but the Robson brothers, Sam and Angus Robson, became the first brothers to twice score centuries in the same innings in New South Wales Premier Cricket. Angus and Sam Robson. Sam, you remember, played for England. He made 103. Angus, 128 yesterday.
Well, 2 for 10, weren't they? I think they put on over 200, that pair.
Again, not timed. They've taken 1. Phillips is good. He's turned for a second. Bit of urgency from the youngster. I'm surprised that that's the first time the brothers have scored centuries in the same innings twice. I would have thought the Wall brothers would have done it a few times.
Yeah.
Obviously not.
Stats are a funny thing, aren't they?
The Robson brothers out here playing for Eastern Suburbs. Semple in. Cut to off the bottom of the bat to backward point or gully and no run. I guess my criticism from St George is here they haven't really adapted to Randwick's change in tactics. And we've seen at the Big Bash level you can do it. If bowlers go slow and short, you've got to get back in your crease and wait for the ball and try and use 360 degrees of the field. I don't think they've been able to do that. Let me just say, it's very easy for me to say that from the sideline.
Sitting up here in your ivory tower.
But look, like, you've got to adapt on the fly. That's the end of the over. 3 overs to go after this. The score 4 for 124. 9 runs coming off that over. So they're picking up their runs. 9 runs off the last 2 overs. The twos are really helping.
Yeah, they're trying their utmost, St George. It's not through lack of trying at all. They look like they're trying to move around the crease and advance a little bit and hit down the ground. But the bowling has just been really good from Randwick Petersham. Really disciplined lines and lengths. And as you've mentioned in commentary as well, man, as a good change of pace from a lot of these bowlers. They've used the slower ball and now the slower ball bouncer to their as part of their repertoire really well. So yeah, 124, 3 overs remaining.
I think this is going to be tough to chase. Sunday afternoon, the wicket will slow down a bit. Although it's a good pitch, it'll definitely slow down a little bit. And St George have a really good mix of spinners. Stapleton, Phillips. I think Hopkins bowls good spin. We saw him earlier this season. So I think it's going to be a tough chase for Randwick. Ralston in again, and that's slashed at by Hopkins, and the fielder won't get there. And that's the first boundary in a fairly long time, and that's Hopkins' first boundary for sure. He's now on to 15.
Yep, that helps. Just breaks the shackles a little bit. Maybe just puts a little bit of pressure here on Jason Ralston.
There's a third man point, deep cover, mid off, long on, deep mid wicket, backward square leg, short fine leg. Full ball and squirted by Hopkins, the third man, for a single. Good comeback by the bowler there.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really exciting. I think T20 in itself is exciting, but in these last 2 or 3 overs, they've got wickets in hand, and we're going to see the batters throw the bat a little bit. Maybe a bit of luck, they might be able to get one out of the middle that races down to the boundary of 4, or might see a couple of wickets. So it's going to be entertaining viewing.
Alrighty, Phillips on strike. Ralston delivers, and it's flicked over fine leg, and he's back and taken the catch. Ralston gets his 3rd wicket. Caleb Phillips trying to steer that over short fine leg. Didn't quite get enough on it. The fielder advanced back and took a great catch.
Yeah, I don't mind that from Caleb Phillips. There's obviously an element of danger when you're playing that shot, but yeah, at least he's trying things. He shuffled around the crease. He's trying to put Ralston off his length and just didn't quite get it off the meaty part of the bat, and it just probably went higher rather than getting the length on it that he probably desired. But good ball by Ralston. I think he saw him coming. He maybe threw the fingers over the ball a little bit, but comfortably taken in the end. And they're the risks you've got to take. You've got 6 wickets in the sheds. There's only a few overs left. That's the cards that you dealt sometimes. So, he departs for 14, Phillips, and 5 for 129, St George.
You're trying to be a little bit inventive there, Phillips. I think it was the right option. Just didn't quite get enough on it. Ball was probably a little bit wide of off stump for him to steer it. He needs to do what the big bash plays, and you just go right across and just leave your stumps completely exposed. He was out for 14 now. Hopkins on strike. Drives down the ground. One more, but Ralston, an excellent spell. He's into his 3rd over here. Has figures of 3 for 15.
He's still got another over after this one.
That's right. He's been the difference so far. Pete Francis now on strike to face his first delivery.
We've still got Thomas Van Tempest as well, who's padded up the St George wicketkeeper. They've still got a little bit of ammunition down in this middle to lower order, St George.
Ralston delivers, and it's driven beautifully, but straight to the fielder. That was well timed by Francis. score now, 5 for 131. 1 ball left in the 18th over. Hopkins on strike. What will he do? Another quick, fast, full delivery. He couldn't get the bat on it. And that's the end of the over. 7 runs coming off the 18th over and a wicket.
It's almost like the perfect T20 ball, like perfect in the sense that the ball that doesn't take a wicket, wide of that off stump, Yorker length as well. There's nothing the batter can do with that, and he ends with a dot ball. It's been an inspired performance by Jason Ralston here. Really impressive, and Randwick Petersham have pulled this back marvellously when we think that in the first 6 overs, that first power play earlier on today, St George were none for 59, scoring a tick below 10 and over. Since then, there's only been 72 runs scored off the last 12 overs, and they've lost 5 wickets. So they've only been going for 6 and over since then. That is a really fantastic performance in this form of the game, and shows that if you knuckle down and trust your plans and processes, and your bowlers have confidence and good field placings, you can change the outlook of a game.
Sing to Francis, who squirts that off his inside edge. They take a run. Exactly right. And I think we do see in this competition that the new ball can be the best time to bat, because these pitches, we've said it many times, Sunday afternoon, they get a little bit slower, and therefore, you know, when you're out there against that new ball, that's the time to really cash in. We've seen how hard it's been for the St George players to time the ball when they've started to just bowl slower balls and cutters. Hopkins now waiting for Singh. Slashes that one high in the air. Covers going back, and he takes the catch. Good catch. Hopkins is out for 17.
Riley Eyre with the catch there, tumbling back, showing that he can not just do it with the bat and the ball, he can do it in the field as well. Yeah, I think he kind of maybe got away from it a little bit, but it was well judged and took a bit of a tumble. Made it look quite acrobatic in the end, Riley, and a smart catch. So another wicket falls and just brings another new batsman in, slows things down even further. And I think what you were speaking about before, man, is I wonder what the plan is going to be from Randwick Petersham, whether they identify these first 6 overs with the power play, with the field up, with that ball nice and new and hard, as maybe the best opportunity to score runs. And much like St George, if you can knock off 50 or 60 in quick time, then you can kind of dink and knock the ball around the park, pick up the 1s and 2s and keep that run rate at a manageable level. It's going to be interesting to see how they come out in the early stages when they get a chance to bat.
Sing now to Francis. He swings that high. Long on's under it, and he's dropped it. Just spilt that one in and out. Blake Nicataris there. Sorry, not Blake Nicataris.
I'll be worried if Blake Nicataris
Ben Mitchell.
was out there.
Ben Mitchell taking the catch and dropping it.
Yeah, disappointing. They would have been on a hat trick there. The skipper Daya Singh, never nice when you drop a catch off the skipper or you run the skipper out or anything like that.
They just took 1 run off the mistake though. Singing again, and
you hear the call, 2-2-2 they say.
Lane Tempest back on strike. 2 off 1, good start. So, 8 balls left in this innings. What can St George get? Can they get 15 runs and get up to 150? Sing in. It's beaten the bat. Good delivery. Six for 135. 7 deliveries left in the St George innings. I think the advantage of batting second might be not having to accelerate too much if the pitch slows down. Here's Singh. And he's tried to steer that one fine, but he's missed it. He's missed everything. It's the end of the 19th over. Only 4 runs coming from that over. It's 6 for 135. 1 over left in the St George innings. They won the toss. They elected to bat. They wanted to get runs on the board and put the pressure on the home side. Well, they've got runs on the board. It's definitely a competitive total, and now Randwick Petersham will have to chase it down in front of their faithful fans.
It was started with Riley Eyre. I thought he bowled really well, really economical, and it's been followed on by Ralston, who will bowl this last over. He's got 3 for 16, but Daya Singh has probably gone under the radar a little bit. 1 for 20 from his 4 overs. His first over went for 9, so his last 3 have gone for 11 at less than 4 runs and over, which is almost unheard of in this format of the game. So really good bowling by Daya Singh. I've been really impressed with his field changes.
1 run there to Francis.
Let's not forget that St George was scoring a lot of runs down the ground through that long on, long off position, but also out through cover and through point. He's been able to plug that, helped by the fact that they got past the power play, but they've done a really good job of identifying where St George batters' strengths have lied and being able to put fielders there and really strangle the life out of any, runs that are be coming through those areas.
Well, no one's been able to get going since the power play. Here's Ralston. Nudge to point for a single. You're right. Daya Singh's been exceptional since the power play ended. He's marshalled the troops. He's kept St George under the thumb. They just haven't been able to score many boundaries. And, it's been a good professional performance by Randwick Petersham. Ralston in. Bowled him. Great delivery, hitting the base of the stumps. Francis goes for 4. That is exceptional death bowling by Ralston. He gets his 4th wicket. 4 for 18.
Yeah, great bowling. We saw him in the last over bowl a couple of those wide Yorkers outside the off stump. Well, this is just your generic Yorker. As you can see, aims at the base of the stumps. There's nothing that Francis really could have done there. He's tried to clear that front leg and swing through. Not quite a Yorker, but that full delivery aimed at the stumps and didn't get the elevation that he would have wanted there. Francis to lift the ball up over the infield. Really smart death bowling and great death bowling like Mena spoke about, but he's been bowling superb throughout, and there's an opportunity for Ralston to potentially get a 5-wicket haul here, bowling against the lower order of the St George side.
Ralston now. Moore's on strike and he advances down the pitch and slaps it. The bowler can't hold on to it and they'll take 2. The ball's coming into the wicketkeeper who didn't take the bails off. I think Moore's would have been safe. 2 runs to the total. 7 for 139 here at Coogee Oval. Randwick Petersham hosting St George in the Sydney Sixers Conference semi-final for the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. 2 balls left in this innings. Ralston, can he get 5? No more. Square drives that nicely. Will the fielder get there? He won't. A much-needed boundary for the number 9 from St George.
Nice work by Josh Moores. Lovely square drive. It's a difficult shot to play, but he got just that little bit of width of Ralston there, able to free the arms and drive exquisitely. And despite a decent chase out there, wasn't able to reel it in. How valuable could that be come the end of today's score? Ekes up to 1-4-3 with 1 ball remaining.
Ralston, last ball of the innings. Slapped at the bowler who doesn't even throw at the stumps. Just held on to it.
Not sure whether there weren't fielders backing up there and he's worried about giving overthrows, but there was certainly an opportunity for him to get the run out there. He almost had Moores stranded halfway down the pitch, but they get a single to finish, and Moores finishes with 8 from 4, or 7 from 3, pardon me, which is valuable runs, really valuable runs from your low order. 144, is it going to be enough? Personally, I think it might be, but it's going to be interesting to see how Randwick Petersham come out in these first kind of 4 or 5 overs, whether they do throw the willow. Interestingly enough, man, as a throwback to you, this is the first time in this competition that St George have batted first and have had to defend a total. Every other game they've played and they've been chasing a score. They chased down a similar score against Sutherland. They didn't do too well against North's last game, but they've got 1-4-4 on the board here, and it's going to be really interesting viewing when we come back to see if Randwick Petersham can keep their season alive.
Spot on, Jack. I think it's going to be an exciting chase this afternoon. Randwick Petersham need a 145 for a spot in the preliminary final, or St George need to defend it, so they advance. Exciting stuff, but well played. Randwick Petersham. Ralston with 4 for 24, the bowler of the innings. And we'll take a break here from Coogee Oval. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the resumption of play. Randwick Petersham needing 145 to win this fixture. Welcome back to Coogee Oval for the second innings of this Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup semi-final. St George have set Randwick Petersham 145 runs to make it into the semi-finals. Can Randy Peets do it in front of their home faithful? St George are led by Nicholas Stapleton, who said at the toss that he wanted runs on the board. Well, they've got runs on the board. I'm Andrew Menslove, joined by Jack Clifton in the commentary box. Jack, we saw a stuttering innings by St George, a very good start, but then they were excellently well held back by Randwick Petersham. What are you expecting in this chase?
I'm expecting excitement. I think there's a bit of a buzz around the ground. I think Randwick Petersham would feel very confident having pulled that score back to a manageable position, but I feel like St George will be pretty confident as well. They would feel like they're maybe 10 or 15 runs shy of where they wanted to be, especially after that start. But they've got a very good bowling attack. They've got some really solid fielders and efficient fielders and some quick guys around the park. So I think they'll feel confident of maybe grabbing some early wickets, putting the pressure back onto Randwick Petersham and not letting them get to a start like Randwick Petersham let St George get to in the first 6 overs, where Saints were none for 59. But I'm expecting excitement. I'm expecting some big blows. I'm expecting some wickets as well. It should be an absorbing 20 overs if we get there in this second stint.
Hawkins and Mitchell opening the batting for Randwick Petersham. And I think you're right, Jack, that if St George win the power play, that'll go a long way to winning this match. So this first 6 overs are really going to be vital. All right, first ball of the Randwick innings. Pete Francis with the ball in hand. Defended by Hawkins.
3 for 27 for Peter Francis yesterday off 8.5 overs against Sutherland. You can see he's quite a whippy action. He hurries the batsman up. He gets some good pace, and he's quite tall as well, so he's able to extract some good bounce off the pitch. Randwick Petersham do have some big hitters as well. Anthony Sams is one I think is going to be a really key component of this run chase.
Francis, full ball, and he's bowled him! Hawkins went across his stump, and his leg stump was knocked out of the ground. First wicket off the second ball. Randwick Petersham are 1 for none. Francis with the wicket.
Yeah, a good ball from Pete Francis, but a really bizarre shot there from Camden Hawkins. I don't know if that's a shot you want to be playing second ball of the innings. We generally say that towards the back end of an innings when you're chasing runs to try and put a bowler off his length, and it just wasn't there to be playing that shot. It was premeditated, and I think as Camden Hawkins is walking back to the pavilion, he probably wishes he could have his time again. That's a big blow. He's had a good start yesterday, scored some runs and played some good shots in that victory against Eastern Suburbs, but now he probably has most of the afternoon to contemplate, and what a start for St George. 2 balls in. They've got the home side on the ropes at 1 for none.
Yeah, dream scenario for St George, but now striding to the wicket is Anthony Sams, brother of Daniel Sams. He smashed a century yesterday.
Well, he's a superstar in his own right, Anthony Sams. I think if you speak to anyone with knowledge of the first grade competition, Anthony Sams has been a great performer for a long time. He's a personal trainer. He's a very fit guy. He's a fantastic wicketkeeper. He won the player of the match when Randwick Petersham won the 50 over 1 day competition last summer. But as you mentioned, Manners, he's played some really good knocks. He hits the ball really hard. He can hit it a long, long way as well. I'm not going to go as far as saying Randwick Petersham hopes lay on the shoulders of Anthony Sams, but I feel like if he can get going, get a quick 530 or 40, would certainly lay a good platform for Randwick Petersham to potentially knock over this target. But pressure's on him, second ball of the innings, well, third ball of the innings now, with his side 1 for none, chasing 145.
All right, here he is, facing first ball. Francis delivers, turn nicely, no fine leg, and that'll go away for 4. Sam's off the mark with a boundary. Sorry, when I said yesterday, I meant the last T20 game they played. He smashed 115 in the last round for Randwick Petersham, Sams.
Well, you saw that first ball. It wasn't a great ball by Peter Francis straying onto the pads, but beautifully clipped it away and timed it nicely down to the boundary. Is that an ominous sign for St George? Is it a good start for Anthony Sams? We'll just have to wait and see how this innings plays out. But Not too many better ways to start an innings than a boundary first ball.
That's right. Francis in now. Sams lets it go wide of the off stump. Now, Stapleton has set a fairly aggressive field. There's a slip, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep forward square leg, short fine leg, and there's a third man protecting what is a pretty short boundary at that part of Coogee Oval. 2 balls left in the first over. Sams is a big wicket. Again, he just lets it go. Anthony Sams is a personal trainer, is he? Didn't know that.
I know before Dan was picked up by the Thunder and obviously became a bit of a star around the world in the T20 Cups. Dan was working there from time to time, so...
Francis strides in. Pushed down the ground nicely by Sams. He'll take one. Good dive by the fielder there. And that's all they'll get. And that's the end of the first over here. It's 1 for 5. You can hear the St George fielders encouraging each other from here. Looks like they're up for it, Jack.
They are. There's plenty of talk. There's plenty of excitement out there, and it was an exciting first over. Plenty happening, a wicket, a boundary, and we've only had 6 balls in this innings. So Petersham, in terms of runs scored from the first over, not a bad one, but they would be ruining the fact that Camden Hawkins is in his pavilion for a duck.
Luke Bartier to take up the attack from the scoreboard end of the ground. St George going with a pace attack to start the innings. It's quite fashionable now in T20 cricket to open with a spinner from one end, but St George favouring their quicks. Caleb Phillips just adjusting the sight screen.
Yeah, I guess if you can extract a little bit of swing, we don't see an awful lot of swing in T20 cricket, but if you can get a bit of swing in those first 2 overs, then why not go for it?
Bartier to Sams, who's back pulling to mid-wicket. No run. Ben Mitchell hasn't faced the ball yet. He's been up at the other end. I used to love that as an opener, if you could not face a ball in the first 2 overs and just get adjusted to the light. See what the ball's doing. Sams waits. Drives to cover, no run.
He just looks like a man in form, doesn't he? I wouldn't say he missed out yesterday. I think he got 39 from 40 yesterday for Randwick Petersham, but looked good. But he's a guy that's been scoring a lot of runs this season, and in past years has played a bit of second 11 cricket for New South Wales as well. He's kind of been on that radar, and who knows who's watching, and you get a big score here in a big semi-final. Who knows what T20 teams will be calling in the future.
Swung away at that one, but didn't connect with it. Got some bat on it though. 1 run.
Yeah, just really nice atmosphere here. I think that's been the great thing of having these T20 Cup games for us men, is getting to go around to different grounds, and Coogee Oval really is one of the more picturesque grounds in the Sydney competition, or the New South Wales Premier Cricket competition. I know Sydney Uni fans will probably argue and say University Oval's great, and it's a beautiful ground to watch cricket from as well. But getting to come to these different grounds around Sydney, we've been out to the west to Penrith. We did a game out there. We're at St George's home, Hurstville Oval, which is a first-class standard ground and has had Sheffield Shield and one-day games and WBBL games played there. So we've been lucky to see so many games at so many great ovals, and the atmosphere today is up there with some of the best that we've seen all season. It's a real carnival-like atmosphere here, and good to have plenty of fans cheering on their respective teams.
Mitchell waits. Bartier, short of a length and pushed into the offside, no run. You're right, Jack, and what a boost it is for McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket and the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup that these games are now being streamed on KO Sports or the Match Centre. It's a wonderful initiative and a great boost for the players and the fans of the competition, and gives great exposure to some of these players. And as we've mentioned many times, a lot of the time that exposure results in being called up to a Big Bash club. Bartier in and slashed at that one, Mitchell, and Bartier beats the bat. Just one run coming off the second over. 1 for 6 off 2. I made the bold call at the beginning of this innings that if St George win the power play, they win the game. Do you agree, Jack?
I think so, yeah. I think they need to get going in this power play, Randwick Petersham. Does that mean they need to match the 59 that St George got? No. But if they can find themselves and get themselves just ahead of the 8 ball, ahead of that required run rate, just gives them a little bit of boost and a little bit of a pad to launch from. Really impressed with Luke Bartier in that over. I think sometimes the focus in T20 is you've got to bowl at the feet, you've got to bowl at the base of the stumps. He's bowled some really good short of a length balls and used some good changes of pace as well.
Francis in again and driven to mid-off. They set off for a single. Sams does look in good touch. The way he strikes the ball, if I was St George, he's a player I would like to dismiss as quick as possible.
Well, he only gets a single for that one, but it was a beautiful off drive. He just, great foot movement, had his foot planted right next to where the pitch and where the line of that ball was and just flowed through the line elegantly. Deserved more than one, but I guess, yeah, when your 6th or 7th ball that you faced, you're playing shots like that, it is normally ominous signs for the opposition, and I think that's why his innings is so important here this afternoon.
Francis. Change of pace and slapped over the top, and 3 bounces and over the rope. Mitchell's off the mark with a lofted off drive. Lovely shot.
And I think that's the advantage that you've got to take with the fielders up, and we don't generally see fielders being pushed back down the ground. It's a fairly safe shot. Even if you don't get it out of the middle, you can normally get a chunk of it to keep it away from the fielders. I'm just waiting to see whether St George they're going to keep the fielders up. They are.
The fielders in the deep. There's a deep forward square leg and a third man. Francis. Smash. Flicked onto the onside. It was well timed, but they'll only get one.
Yeah, I think that straight shot down the ground takes out the risk rather than playing a cross-bat shot. I think most bowlers in this form of cricket are going to be bowling fullish, and with your foot movement and where you're batting at the crease and different things like that, you can make a ball fuller to you and you can play that shot through the line. So don't think that's going to be the last time that we see a shot down the ground in this innings by Randwick Petersham.
No, and the boundaries at Coogee Oval are very short, straight. That's your hitting zone. Francis to Sams. Change of pace, and Sams tried to swing that away over mid-wicket, but was not successful. 1 for 12. Sams 7 off 9 deliveries. Such a vital wicket for St George if they're to win this match. In front of us in our commentary box, we can see the two teams watching on. A spot in the preliminary final dangling in front of them. They win this game, they win 2 more, they can lift the cup. That's what they'll be thinking. Here's Francis. Driven to mid-off. 1 run for Sams.
Yes, and George happy just to sit back and just let them take that single. not want to risk an overthrow. We saw 2 overthrows fairly early on by Randwick Petersham, which led with an extra 3 to 4 runs for St George. The fielder's doing a good job supporting the bowlers in these early stages. Looking to build pressure here any way that they can. Hasn't been too many dot balls, but some good deliveries so far. I think it's just a bit of a delay. We're just going to see the sight screen being adjusted.
Surely that should be a job for the Randwick players that are batting to be up near the sight screen.
Yeah,
It shouldn't be the fielders doing it.
They're up there now.
So the fielders doing it at the other end too. As a helicopter hovers overhead. Bird's eye view of the cricket. Full toss and steered into the offside by Mitchell, but no run. The end of the third over. It's 1 for 13. 7 runs coming off the third over. Mitchell's on 5. Sams is on 8. St George are bossing this contest early.
Yeah, it's been a great start from St George. This run rate has really been kept intact, and apart from that that first ball 4 from Anthony Sams, been able to keep him fairly quiet. I think as the game wears on, and if we get outside that power play and Randwick Petersham find themselves behind the 8 ball, they've just got to throw the arms. They've got to try and create something which St George weren't able to do in the second half of the innings, but they had that great power play to lean back on. Randwick Petersham aren't looking like they're going to have that at their disposal.
Bardia to Sams, he pushes past the bowler, almost a caught and bowled chance. And he survives, and he moves on to 9. I was saying 3 more wins to glory, Jack. I mean, we were there last year where Bankstown lifted the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup, beating Fairfield Liverpool. It was a magic afternoon, and I'm sure that's a massive carrot for a lot of these players to win a knockout T20 comp. There's a real thrill in that. Bartier and Mitchell waits and steers for a single.
Well, I guess the carrot being dangled in front of these two teams is the opportunity to get to play on Australia Day. There's not too many times you get to play on a public holiday or on a midweek game, and it's going to be we don't know what the TV game is going to be, but all the teams around Sydney have an opportunity where they could be potentially playing on KO Sports, the KO Match of the Round, and it's always a bit of a buzz to play on a day that you don't normally play, getting a chance to play a bit of midweek cricket on a public holiday. Exciting times for all of these teams that are looking to keep their Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup season alive, Menners.
That's right. Bartier now to Sams, who slashes nicely through square. The fielders are running after it, and the ball beats them. 4 runs to Sams. His second boundary. He moves on to 13 with that lovely square drive off the bowling of Luke Bartier.
Yeah, just use the pace there of Bartier, a little bit of width given away and nicely knocked away. That just eases the pressure a little bit.
Score now 1 for 19. Bartier delivers. Slower ball again, push to cover, no run. Shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Mitchell was back in time. .126 off 98 balls needed for victory. Here's Bartier. Sams works that on the onside with a cross bat for a single.
Yeah, you feel there's going to be some fireworks here. Anthony Sams isn't going to be sitting in his crease soaking up dot balls and just be settling for singles. We're either going to see his wicket fall, or we're going to see some big shots and some big 4s and big 6s from him. I just feel that he is the man that can really change the game in an instant. In an over or two, he can come up with a couple of really big shots that can really change the momentum. It's going to be intriguing to keep an eye on him, and I think Mitchell supporting him with the 1s and 2s is important as well.
Mitchell squirts that out, and as Jack said, just pushes to Phillips for a single. As you say, important to turn the strike over. 8 runs coming off this over. So after 4 overs, it's 1 for 21. Magnificent afternoon and evenings cricket on KO Sports or wherever you're watching on. The Women's Ashes match has been rained out today, so they share the points in that match. So after, well, the 3 T20s, we just got the one game where Australia won, but the next 2, the points have been shared. So Australia just holding a 2-point advantage going into the Test match. And then tonight, the Sydney Thunder take on the Adelaide Strikers. The winner of that game will play the Sydney Sixers on Australia Day at the SCG. How magnificent would it be to see the Sixers host the Thunder on Australia Day for a spot in the Big Bash final? So big game tonight. Mitchell's back. Beautiful off drive. That is a classic shot. Off the back foot. Just waited for the ball and smashed the bowler past mid-off for 4. Stapleton's first ball going for a boundary.
That made a real crack sound around the ground, didn't it? A cross-batted slam down the ground there from Mitchell. And that's a really good shot to start the 5th over there. Welcome to the bowling crease, St George skipper, Mr. Stapleton. Lovely stroke.
Class stuff. Played into the offside. They set up for a quick single throw at the bowler's end. And Mitchell's limping. I hope he's okay.
As you spoke about before, Manners, Australia Day is sorted. You can be with us from 2:30 to 5:30 and see some of the rising stars and some of the best grade players on offer, and almost go straight into the Big Bash match with the Sixers against the Strikers or the Thunder.
That's my plan. Literally go straight from commentary to the SCG for that match on Wednesday. Stapleton in now, and Sams waits and swings that nicely over cover. He doesn't quite time it. It was in the air, though, and they've taken 2. Seemed to come off the bottom of the bat, and the non-striker, Benny Mitchell's really struggling, limping, stretching out his right leg. I just hope he hasn't tweaked his hammy because he's starting to bat so well. That off drive to start this over was one of the nicest shots I've seen all day. Just stood to attention, so I hope he's okay. Stapleton in. Swung away onto the onside square legs, going back, and it's over his head for 6. Anthony Sams with his first 6 of the day. And into the car park in front of the beach.
You didn't park your car over there, did you, Manners?
No, not at all. Tactical parking today, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're very close to the roads and the footpaths here. Got to be careful not to wear a cricket ball on your windscreen or even on the top of your head. People walking back from the beach. That was a really good shot. He kept the fielder interested for a short little period.
Matthew Hopkins has gone on a real excursion to get this ball. I can see he's gone through the car park. He's got it and he's tossed it back. The ball can really run on that side. There's the car park, then there's grass, then there's a road, then there's the beach.
You watch this replay, there's not much foot movement at all here from Sams. He doesn't need to. Tiny little half shuffle and just a quick rotation of the wrist and the forearm.
Must run in the family, because Daniel's not a big fan of moving his feet either. He's Stapleton, and he's caught him on there. There's a big appeal. Oh, that could have been crucial. The umpire shakes his head. Stapleton. He's clutching at his head, feeling very frustrated with that decision. He's pleading with the umpire. Drama here. 6 and then a loud appeal. We'll see the replay and we'll just see how close this is. He does seem to catch Sams on the crease, but did look a bit high. Can't quite see the line from our angle, but anyway, here's Stapleton in again to Mitchell, who pushes to mid-wicket, no run. And that's the end of the over. It's 1 for 35 after 5 overs. 14 runs coming off that over, and just 1 over left of the power play. And Jack, we've just seen Anthony Sams move through the gears at the most important time, just when it looked like Randwick were getting stuck, he's turned that around with a couple of nice shots.
Yeah, really important over that one. If they can get another one, another double-digit run over, that's going to kind of pull them back into position here. As you can see, 110 from 90. Mitchell 12 from 11, but it's Sam's doing the damage, 23 from 17, and he's been striking and timing the ball exquisitely since he's made his move into the middle of the ground. Jonathan Craig Dobson coming into the action for the first time this afternoon, and he goes for 4. So the runs continue to flow for Anthony Sams and also for Randwick Petersham. Was risky. He chanced his arm once again, the wicket batsman, and he cashes in and picks up 4. He goes to 27.
He slashed hard at that one, and it did grab a large portion of the bat and fly away to that short boundary at third man. So the last over of the power play, there's a deep square leg and a long on. Other than that, a lot of gaps.
Dobson in short. This ball slapped high in the air. There's a man out there. It's Nikitaris who takes the catch. Oh, what a big wicket this is. Sam's going for one big shot too many. Tries to hoik this over square leg for 6. Perhaps hit a little bit too high on the bat. And Blake Nikitaris underneath it, only just inside the boundary as well. Safe hands from the opener. He made a valuable 23 with the bat, but that catch may be much more valuable than the runs he scored out in the middle early this afternoon. Sams is on his way back for a well-made 27. But Randwick Petersham with our hopes perhaps fading a little bit with that wicket. They're 2 for 39 in pursuit of 145.
That'll be a frustrating dismissal for Anthony Sams. It's the longest side of the ground. There was only one fielder out there and he picked him out. He could have hit it anywhere else in the field, but wasn't able to. Good bowling by Craig Dodson, who made him hit to the long side of the ground. That's what you've got to do at Coogee Oval. We saw Randwick do it with the ball. They were able to slow St George up by defending the square boundaries. Sams has unfortunately not timed that ball and he's been caught. But you've got to give the bowler some credit there. It was a little short, just outside off stump, and did make him hit to the long boundary.
That can be the double-edged sword of the power play. You're in the last over of the power play. He'd already edged one or kind of slashed one through the gully region for 4. He hadn't had too much of a look at Jonathan Craig Dobson, and the second ball he tries to hit out of the park, and it just didn't materialise. So Riley Eyre comes the wicket. The batsman did cross, so it's Mitchell on strike, and Mitchell's working this one nicely out through mid-wicket. There's a shy at the striker's end, but Riley Eyre was quick enough to get home without too many complications. Mitchell goes to 13, 2 for 40.
Good little cameo from Anthony Sams just to give Randwick Petersham a little bit of acceleration. Can one of these players continue where he left off? Ben Mitchell's looked in fine form, 13 off 12. Played a beautiful shot in the last over. He'll need to take control now and just give Eyre a few overs to settle in.
Here is Riley Eyre. It's back and cutting straight to cover. Mitchell was almost halfway down the track there, doing some good backing up at the non-striker's end. Ben Mitchell is one of several players that's playing in first grade. That's also part of the Poitevin Grey Shield competition, the under-21 competition here in the wider New South Wales Premier Cricket competition. But he's an all-round talent as well. He's taken a total of 11 wickets, and now he's out there with the bat unbeaten on 13. Hoping to do something. This is a good shot from Riley Eyre. He's tucked this one nicely in the gap, out into the deep, and almost goes all the way for 4. They pick up 2, but a good, confident-looking shot there by Riley Eyre to get him off the mark. 1 ball left in the power play minutes.
103 required off 85 balls. This is set to be a thrilling finish. Don't go anywhere. We're in for a corker.
Staying with the run rate. Run rate's a tick above 7. They're about just above 7 at the moment, and forward and defending. So no panic stations at all, but St George probably pretty happy with that power play. The 42 runs coming at 7 and over, but also 2 very valuable wickets, getting rid of the opener and the number 3 batsman, you're always going to be pretty chuffed with that, Menners.
Yeah, I said to you at the beginning that I thought whoever won the power play would win the game, but I would say honours are fairly even, actually, after the 6 overs. This is a perfect cop-out.
This isn't near backtracking at all, is it?
This is the perfect cop-out, because I think, 2 wickets is not decisive. If you lose 3 or 4, you're gone. So 2 wickets is not decisive. They've kept with the run rate. So from here, it's a 50-50 bet, I'd say.
Yes, very interesting. There's the bowling card. Luke Bardia, brilliant 2 overs for 9. Jonathan Craig Dobson bowling that last over, picking up a wicket. Peter Francis, 2 have gone for 12. The captain, Nick Stapleton, the only one that's been taken 2. But that was mainly due to the swinging features of Anthony Sams, who has since been dismissed. Here is Caleb Phillips. We're going to see spin for the first time today. Run him around the wicket. Short, he's been stumped, has he? Yes! Oh, first ball! Take a bow, Caleb Phillips, and take a bow, Thomas Van Tempest. What a combination for the Saints. And just like that, they get a big 3rd wicket. Ben Mitchell goes for a runner ball 13, looking to cut aggressively out through the offside, but he forgot that he dragged his feet away from the popping crease, and he has been stumped brilliantly on his bike for 13, and all of a sudden, Randwick Petersham's hopes take another nosedive, 3 for 42 in the 8th over.
Lightning work there by Van Tempest, the keeper, and very close decision. I don't think the batter got his bat down in time. Terrific keeping to whip the bails off so quickly. And the worst possible start for Randwick after the power play, losing a wicket.
Adam Semple has been sent out.
And stay tuned. At the end of this over, we'll go round the grounds to all the other semi-final action. Things are starting to take shape about who might get through to the preliminary finals. Well, watch here. You'll see the replay. He's hitting, he's swing. You'll just see goes above the bat. The ball's high, so this is tough for the keeper to get the ball down. Look, that was pretty close.
I think it's hard, and the thing with the umpires is this is a split-second decision. It's so hard, and you've just got to go off what you see, and I think the umpires probably made the right call there. It's that's a very difficult decision to make in those kind of situations, especially with the bat coming in the air down over the popping crease. That's a very difficult call there. But Caleb Phillips has done the damage. He's got the breakthrough, and it brings Semple in, the big hitting Adam Semple. Let's see what he can do. He's back and cutting out to short extra cover off his first delivery. He's one of the big hitters that probably does have to go big here, or at least stay in for a significant period of time. Digs out a Yorker length. This has been an inspired start by Caleb Phillips.
Yeah, Semple, 51 of 27 balls yesterday. Needs something like that here.
Plenty of areas forward and punching out through cover. The sweeper cleans up, and Semple is off and running. 1 for him. Riley has also been only out there for a short time in the middle. He's on 2. Run rate's not out of range yet either. It's just the wickets that have caused some concern for Randwick Petersham. Stretching forward, it's another great ball. Plenty of flight here from Caleb Phillips. Trying to invite the batsman forward, like he did off that very first delivery. This one worked onto the onside. A bit of a hesitation initially. Semple does get home. Umpire with a quick shake of the head says not out. Very good first over for Caleb Phillips. Just the 2 runs from it, plus a wicket. And after 7 overs, Randwick Petersham in pursuit of 145 are 3 for 44. Riley Eyre on 3 and Adam Semple on 1.
Right, let's go around the grounds. So in the Sydney Thunder Conference, Sydney University bowled out Blacktown for 116, and they are 1 for 70 in reply of just 6.5 overs. Nick Larkin is 26 not out of 21 deliveries. Charlie Dummer was just dismissed for 34 off 17. Robinson is 3 not out. So it looks like Sydney University are continuing their good form and look like they're going to advance into the preliminary final. Parramatta batted first against Western Suburbs and made 8 for 149. Western Suburbs are 2 for 55 in reply after 8.5 overs. Joe Clark is not out 14, the skipper. And had the pleasure of meeting in the game before Christmas. And Pazrakis is 16 not out of 15 deliveries. So that's going to be a tight game, the Western Sydney Derby. I'll continue after this ball.
Change of bowl up from the scoreboard end of the ground. It's Joe Graham. So spin again as the former Manly man comes in. Around the wicket and flicked off the pads by Riley Eyre for the single.
And then in the Sydney Sixers conference, Mossman batted first, made 8 for 154. And the University of New South Wales are 2 for 36 in reply after 6.4 overs. So Mossman with the slight advantage there. And then back here, 3 for 45, chasing 145. Exactly 100 needed for victory.
100 from 77 balls. Graham in. Flighted. And there's a stumping chance again. He's been quick on the buzzer today, hasn't he? Thomas Van Tempest might not have been able to have much of a say with the bat, but with the wicket-keeping gloves, he's looking on song.
So the way things stand, it's looking like a Sydney Uni Parramatta preliminary semi-final. And then a Mossman and question mark here. I'll keep you updated as the afternoon progresses.
Graham in short and cut away, but straight to Luke Bartier out there at a short extra cover position. They've got a sweeper, which is Blake Nikitaris out on the boundary on the offside. Back and cutting again, playing and missing. There's that variation, that little bit of extra bounce that Graham gets from that tall frame of his, causing a few little headaches for Semple, who just hasn't got going so far. 1 from 6. Pressure building. Short and cut away. Hits this one a little bit earlier. Gets it in the gap. They'll think about 2, and they'll take one on the arm there. That's good running. They need to do that. If the Banjos aren't coming, you've got to run the 1s and 2s regularly, and they did that to aplomb there. Semple to 3. 3 for 47, but just 2 runs from this over and just the 1 ball left. Loftus this one down the ground. There's a catch down there. Oh, he's dropped it. It was a fine effort to get there from the skipper, Stapleton, I believe it is, down there at long off. And he dove and seemed to have it and just spilled out the last moment from the skipper. And Semple is given a life on 3. He picks up the single to retain the strike. 8 overs gone. 3 for 48. But what a moment that's been in this match now.
Yeah, difficult chance. It seemed like it just bobbled out when he landed, but you're right. A vital drop. I'm not sure if that was Stapleton or Craig Dobson.
Craig Dobson, I think you might.
Can't see his shirt. But yeah, they might rue that catch, but you can see that just as the elbows seem to hit the ground, it spills out.
Spin continues from Caleb Phillips, worked down the ground.
I've got a good story to tell you about Randwick Petersham and run chasers last year involving their skipper Jason Sanger at the end of this over.
Knocked away onto the onside, or offside on this occasion by Riley Eyre, who's doing his best to get the eye in and try and take the attack to St George. It's Forden sweeping nicely, finds backward a square leg, but will just be the single. Sarcastic cheer given to Jonathan Craig Dobson there by some of the Randwick Petersham faithful.
It's getting a bit boisterous here at Coogee Oval.
It is, yeah. The drinks are flowing, so it is getting a little bit louder. Short, and this ball hammered out through mid-wicket. Beautiful shot, couple of bounces over the rope for 4. That breaks the shackles for the home side.
There is a bottle shop literally across the road from the entrance to this ground. It's very convenient.
Semple moves to 9, and Randwick Petersham advanced to 3 for 54.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just rocked back and timed it so well. Cleared the mid-wicket fielder easily. We'll see there the umpire is sanitising the ball because one of the spectators who's playing cricket outside the boundary threw it back in, and because of the COVID regulations, it needs to be sanitised. So hopefully he can hold the ball. I can imagine it's a bit slippery.
It's a little bit shorter, nudged on the onside, and we've been told that the hand sanitizer on the ball doesn't change the effect of the ball. It doesn't make it any heavier like other particular liquids would, so there's no concerns there.
What are they using then? Must do something.
Must just dry so quickly. Phillips in. He goes for a big booming lofted drive and a thin little edge onto the leg side. And a single there for Semple to finish. So he's reached double figures. You feel that he's going to go hard or go home at the moment. And maybe that is the plan for Randwick Petersham. 9 overs gone, 3 for 55, 90 required from 11 overs. So not quite 9 and over, but we are kind of heading towards that 8 runs per over, the required run rate. Slowly creeping up.
So Will Affleck, the Randwick opening batter, was interviewed by the website Stump to Stump, and he was asked about, some funny moments playing for the club. And he talked about one exchange that always makes him laugh involving Jason Sanger. I'll continue after this ball.
Here is Jonathan Craig Dobson. He put down the catch the last over. Joe Graham, pardon me, is that the man with ball in hand as it's cut away out into the deep. And Blake Nikitaris does the fielding, just a single to start.
So Jason Sanger was finishing off a big run chase last season for Randwick Petersham, and he miscalculated the amount of runs to win. So he hit a boundary and then shook the bowler's hand. But the bowler just turned around and walked back to his mark, and there was still 1 to win.
A little bit embarrassing. Graham in, floated and swept back with a square leg for the single.
So Affleck says you could see how confused the bowler was and then how nervous Jason Sanger was after doing that, not to get out before hitting the winning runs.
Well, I guess the main thing is he did hit the winning runs. Exactly. It would have been more embarrassing if they'd...
It's pretty funny if you're the bowler, though, and the batter just shakes your hand and the game's not over.
Yeah. Advancing, lofts this one high. Phillips is underneath it. Caleb Phillips takes a really good catch in the end. And Joe Graham gets rid of the dangerous Adam Semple for 11, going for the big shot down the ground. You feel that the home side have had to try and do this, but Caleb Phillips has safe hands. And Joe Graham with an important breakthrough. Randwick Petersham 4 now for 57 minutes.
Yeah, good catch by Phillips. That ball went high into the blue, cloudy sky. So it was tough viewing, and he caught it easily in the end. Graham gets the wicket. Randwick Petersham are falling in a bit of a heap here. They're now 4 for 57. A long way to go in this chase. They need someone to try and play a big innings. But Graham gets the wicket. Phillips takes the catch. The St George faithful, there, smiles on their faces. There's plenty of driven across from the Shire to Coogee, and they're loving it. Here, a good catch by Phillips.
You're going to push people's noses out of joint if you're saying that St George is in the Shire, mate.
Isn't it?
People are going to be upset.
It's not in the Shire?
No, it's not. 2 completely different districts. Bridge separating the 2 regions. Hasn't stopped plenty of Dragons fans living in the Shire, though. But they'll be very pleased, regardless, won't they? 4 down.
Shire, from that direction. It's that direction, isn't it?
Yeah, the south of Sydney you can refer to in the future. Joe Graham, even without that wicket, has bowled very tidily. 1 for 5 off 1.5 overs. Riley Ayres on strike, and Puru Gore is the new man in, who has been opening the batting in the shorter forms of the games, but also in the Belvedere Cup. Originally from Newcastle. Well, sorry, no, he was originally from India. He's been over here on holiday and was playing with Western Suburbs. Oh, looks for a paddle around the corner, and again, Van Tempest dislodging the bails. Some smart work behind the stumps.
You see, Air just picked his back foot up for a second there, but got it back in time.
Last ball of the over. Graham short and chopped away unconvincingly. I guess you could say not timed, at least by Ebb. Does pick up the single to retain the strike, and 10 overs gone. A very good 10 overs for St George. You could almost say that the job is halfway done for them. 4 for 58, 87 required for the final 10 overs at 8.7 runs per over. And to guide you through the next 5 overs, ball by ball, is Andrew Menzel with Puerto Gore yet to score and Riley Eyre unbeaten on 6.
Randwick Petersham will need a massive effort from here to win. As you said, 8.7 runs and over. Certainly gettable. They just need one of these two to play a match-winning innings. It needs a dashing 50 from Eyre or Gore, and they should be able to chase this down. All right. Caleb Phillips, the man who took the catch, is it back into the attack bowling. And it's played into the offside. But yeah, they get a single. So for Phillips, there's a... No, we'll just wait till the new batter takes strike. The right-hander, Gore. There's a long on, long off, cover, deep cover, point, backward square leg, mid-wicket, short mid-on, and they're moving the sweeper on the onside just forward of square. Here's Phillips. And Gore's tried to swing that away on the onside. I think there's a bottom edge. They've got a single. I'll wait to see the umpire. Yeah, just a bottom edge from Gore. He's off the mark with that single. Caleb Phillips, full toss and swung between the two fielders in the deep by Eyre for 4. That's a lovely shot. He split the gap between the two fielders in the deep.
Yeah, well, Caleb Phillips had his hands on his head because even though it was a full toss, if he missed that, it was going to trap him leg before, would have hit all 3 stumps halfway up. So it's was one of those little inches there, but Riley Eyre with a very good shot. He's the man, I feel. 4 down, he's going to have to bat through the innings now.
Phillips bowls to Eyre, pushes into mid-on. They take a single.
You want these batsmen to develop a bit of a partnership manners and get their eye in, but you feel they've just got to chance their arm a little bit as well once they feel a little bit more comfortable against the bowling and how they're playing.
Played into the offside for a single by Gore. This is good stuff from Phillips.
Because there's no point kind of petering around and end up finishing 25 or 30 short comfortably. And I feel like they're going to try that. They're going to try and take the attack to St George, try and rattle them, try and do something that pushes them off their length and makes them a little bit nervous.
Eyre pushes into the onside. They're going to look for 2 here because it's nicely weighted. And they make it. Good, sensible cricket and a good over. 10 runs coming off that Phillips over. It's 4 for 68, much needed by Randwick Petersham.
Yeah, a couple more of those will be making them feel a little bit more comfortable. Because the last thing that you want when wickets are tumbling is to see that little worm, that little run rate required, creeping up and up and up. And you can't be expecting players.
We need to get a worm on this coverage.
We do
for the final.
You can't be having batsmen 7, 8, 9 being expected to go out there and score 10, 11, 12 and over. It's completely unfair, and it's not going to equate to any success really. So you feel that it's up to these two and perhaps the next man in as well. They've still got some batting to come. We haven't seen Ashburton. Daya Singh has played some really great knocks for Randwick Petersham in the past. He can hit the ball a long way, the skipper.
If these two can get them within striking distance.
Yeah, a couple of overs like that, a couple of big shots, try and change the momentum. Maybe you get a free hit or you're forcing a bowl a wide. And
Graham and the batter's looking at the umpire wondering why that wasn't called a wide, and then setting off for a suicidal overthrow. Fortunately, didn't get too far.
Yeah, Puerto Gore a little bit confused as to why.
A little bit excited, I think, as well. Just needs a few deep breaths. Graham just adjusting his field.
It's made it difficult as well for these batsmen because he's got that lofted shot down the ground protected. So if Puru Gore or Riley is going to play it, they're going to have to hit it really crisply, pretty much hit it for 6 or try and dissect them and hit it for 4.
Swung away on the onside by Gore in the gap beautifully to cow corner. That is classic cow corner, and it's a long cow corner, so they've only got 2. In any other part of the ground, that is 4, Jack.
It kind of goes out like that, doesn't it? That's almost makes like a U shape out there. It is significantly longer. Puru Gore does pick up 2 though, and that's I think that cross butt shot when Graham does drop a little bit short is the perfect, I guess, come back to that kind of bowling. It wasn't even that short from Joe Graham. It was kind of short of a length, but he got well out there, Gore, to knock it onto the leg side.
Gore tries to sweep that one again, but doesn't connect with it.
And trying something different, I think, is always a positive thing to do in this kind of situation. If it's not working for you, and that's what Puru Gore's doing. He's moving around the crease, trying to play some different shots.
Again, swung that onto the onside. It's in the gap again. I wonder if they'll take one on the arm. No. Good fielding there in the deep from Joshua Moores. Got to it and got rid of it quickly. Just 3 runs coming off the first 4 balls. They need a boundary to end this over, to stay with the run rate. Graham changing to around the wicket to the left-hander. Moore's in. It's a reverse sweep attempt by Aaron. They take a single. There's a throw at the non-striker's end, and they just get 1 run. Must have come off the glove or the bottom of the bat. 73 of 49 needed for a spot in the preliminary final. Randwick Petersham finished 2nd on the ladder. St George 3rd. But will the Saints knock them off? That's the end of the over. It's 4 for 72 here. Hope you're enjoying coverage of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. It's the KO match of the day. It's Randwick Petersham hosting St George. And we've just received confirmation that the Sydney Thunder Conference preliminary final will be the match of the day on Wednesday, Australia Day. A fantastic match. Sydney University hosting the winner of Parramatta v West. I haven't even seen if Sydney University won already. They must have. I must be very close to winning. Yes, they have won. So that's good. It'll be a great match for everybody on Wednesday. Sydney University have been the team of the summer so far in this competition. They're led by Patrick Cummins' brother, Tim Cummins. So you can see the Australian Test skipper's brother leads Sydney University. Also Nick Larkin, former New South Wales opening batter, plays for Sydney University. So yes, tune in on Wednesday for that match. Alrighty, it's the 13th over. Ayres on strike and drives beautifully down the ground. It was a full toss and he timed it nicely and it smashed into the fence under the sight screen.
Great shot. Power and just brute strength there from Riley Ayres.
I'm Andrew Menzel. I'm joined by Jack Clifton. Bartier in and Ayres just works it on the onside. 1 run. 4 for 77.
He's looked the most ominous, hasn't he, Riley? Yeah, he's looked like the one that can really motor that run rate along and hit the boundary when it's needed.
And at the beginning of the match, you might remember he was thrown up on the screen as one of the players to watch, along with Anthony Sams. He's motored to 20 off 19 air, so he's got the platform. Can he see his side through? Bartier to Gore, who swings away again on the onside. He's favouring the onside, Gore. But I like his attitude.
Yeah.
He's not messing about. He's like, this is my hitting zone. Every batter's got to identify where their hitting zones are. He's identified his, and he's doing his best.
Well, he's throwing the kitchen sink out that if he connects someone out of the middle, it's going to go a long way. And you'd rather someone be like that than someone be a little bit unsure of what they're trying to do and just trying to drop the ball and run through for a single. It's the intent, and I think it's going to come off for him eventually.
Now, Michael Bevan, the former Australian limited over star, always used to stress you've got to identify your hitting zones. That's how you're effective in these situations. You know, look at the gaps and think about what shots you can play. And Gore's obviously, as I said, noted that his power comes on the onside. Here's Bartier to air, who swings high towards deep square leg. He's underneath it, and he stumbles, but he takes the catch. Air's gone for 20.
Blake Nikitaris again. He's taken two really good catches on the boundary. Not easy either. That was a very difficult catch to judge. I thought initially off the bat the wind was going to carry it over the boundary rope, but he did really well and kind of lost his balance and stumbled a little bit, but did well to hang on to the ball, and that is a huge, huge wicket. Maybe a match-defining wicket there for St George.
Riley goes for 20. Showed a lot of promise. Bartier gets his first wicket of the day. Randwick Petersham are now 5 for 78, and the lower order in the tail will have to see them home from here to make it through to the preliminary final. Again, I'm not sure about the need to try and take on the longest boundary. We saw Anthony Sams do it. I'm just not sure if that's the most sensible tactic, trying to take on the longest part of the ground, because you know, most other parts of the ground are significantly shorter. He'd already hit a boundary in this over, so there'll be some disappointment there from Air. Quite simply, the pitch they're using today is on the far side of the square, so it meant that square boundary is quite a bit longer than the other boundaries. And we've seen Sams and now Air both fall, trying to clear the fielder a deep square leg on that side.
Yeah, and arguably two of their best batters as well. And you wonder whether if they have their time back, they wouldn't do it. I guess it was hard because it was a ball that was certainly in that swinging slot there for Riley Air. It was kind of a length ball on middle and leg stump. But sometimes you've just got to think about the match situation, and that's a big, big blow for the home side.
Gore gets one run.
Yeah, well, Daya Singh's out there. He can swing the long handle, and we've seen Purul Gore, be really aggressive. And I think that's what you've got to be now. You're 5 down. You haven't got a host of wickets left in the sheds. 66 from 43 is not unmanageable. It's not 2 runs a ball.
Someone gets a good 40, you can get home from here. You don't need 100.
Even a couple of overs, an over of 12, an over of 15, you're pulling that back. So it's not outside the realms of possibility, but you don't want to let that run rate creep up and up and up and be forced to be chasing 13 or 14 runs per over.
Bartier now to Singh, who gets off the mark. First ball, is that right?
Yep, Daya Singh out there, yeah.
These two batters, Singh's a bit shorter. For those watching at home, because of our various commentary positions, you can't always see their back. So the end of 13 overs, it's 5 for 80, 8 runs and a wicket coming off that over. At the corresponding time in the innings, St George, who are not from the Shire, don't write to me. 3 for 98. I'll get my geography a bit better. Doesn't make sense, like Sutherland Shire is the Shire. St George is not the Shire. Like it's pretty simple when you say it out loud. I get confused when you get out that area. Right, Daya Singh's on strike. So that 18 runs behind where St George were. And he's gone the little lap, yes. Little bit of invention on a Sunday afternoon. And he comes back for 2.
I like that. Yeah, we've seen a couple of players play the ramp shot with not much success. 2 players get out to it, but Dyer Singh, used that trick shot nicely. And, yeah, that can just put a bowler off his length a little bit. Bowlers don't like to be hit any time, especially ramped in this format of the game. Smart cricket there by the skipper.
Graham in again is pushed back to the bowler, 1 bounce. Exceptional spell by Graham. He's such a stalwart for this club. 1 for 12 off 3.2 overs so far. Singh waits. Swings that high. Now there's Nikitaris is under it again. Could he make another one? He does, and he stumbles again. That's his routine. Catch and stumble. Nikitaris takes his 3rd catch of the innings.
This is unbelievable. It's. I was thinking before when I saw Blake Nikitaris come off after he'd batted that he'd probably think, oh, well, I'm going to have to do a job out in the field, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to make as much of a contribution as I would with the bat. Well, he has. He's taken 3 really good catches, and it's led to 3 really big wickets. Going for that big shot there is Dyer Singh, and he had to as well. I wouldn't say it was necessarily there to be hit, but I think at this stage of the innings, with the position that they're in, you've got to try and go for that big shot. You could see it hit quite high up in the bat, a little bit edgish as well. But again, very well judged out in the deep. Those ones that are floating in the air. There's a bit of a sea breeze coming off Coogee Beach as well from where our position is and where Blake is out on the boundary. And he's taken 3 really good catches. A safe pair of hands and a match-defining fielding performance from him. And Randwick Petersham, they're floundering now, 6 for 82.
You just said it all, Jack. You just nailed it right there. 6 for 82. It's a great bowling performance by St George so far.
Jay Graham, 2 really good wickets. He's bowled well. He hasn't bowled necessarily those kind of spinners spells where he's had the batsman and all sorts, but he's been really hard to score off. He's bowled really tightly, and he's forced he's forced false shots out of these batters that have led to 2 wickets and 2 very key wickets as well. It's been a good spell.
And he's bowled to his field. That's what I really liked. Gore now still out there, and he slashes at that, flies off the outside edge towards 3rd man, and they take 2.
Yeah, he's the man now, Gore. He's just got to just throw the bat at almost everything and hope that he can connect with a couple, and that can give him a bit of confidence and kind of throw the bowlers off their lanks. But as it stands, you'd certainly have St George in control of this fixture now, with that run rate starting to skyrocket a bit.
Graham in again. Gore waits and swings it on the onside along the ground. He'll get 1 run. 6 for 85. Great day of cricket for Randwick Petersham if you're a fan of the club, because the Sydney Thunder v Adelaide Strikers is containing 3 club members. 2 for the Thunder, Jason Sanger and Daniel Sams, and Henry Thornton for the Strikers, who was snapped up amid the COVID chaos. So keep watching KO Sports or wherever you watch your Big Bash for that game later. Graham in and just worked, but wides, yes. Burton, I didn't think got anything on that.
That's gold. That's absolute gold for Randwick Petersham at this stage of the innings, getting 3 runs and the ball being re-bowled as well. That's a rare, I guess, mistake being made there by Graham.
Absolutely. And if you're a big fan of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup, tune in on Wednesday afternoon for the preliminary final. Graham in and Burton squeezes it into the offside for a single. Yeah, Sydney University hosting either Parramatta or Western Suburbs. Let's have a look where that game's up to.
Interesting last 6 overs here. The run rate tick above 9, 56 from 36. I'm excited to see Potter Gore here. I just feel like we're going to see at least a couple of shots that are going to go a long way from him. He's been throwing the bat hard and showing really good intent.
So Parramatta 8 for 149 at home. Western Suburbs are 4 for 113. They need 37 runs to win of 23 balls.
Ooh,
so
it's going down
could
to the
be
wire.
a thriller out west. the winner plays Sydney University in the conference final. Change of bowling now. Stapleton back into the attack. The skipper went for 14 off his first over. Burton on strike. Squeeze into the offside for a single. Might have been interesting if that had been a direct hit, I think, Jack.
Yeah, I think Gore was in trouble there. Yeah, I don't think his bat was even in question. But nice from Burton just to knock that single, get the I guess the more experienced man, or the man that's been out there for a little bit longer, the strike.
55 off 35. Can one of these batters make themselves a hero for the Randwick Petersham faithful? Gore. There's two fielders on the deep in the onside. I'd suggest they should keep their hands warm. His back cut it though, behind square. And they've taken just one.
And it's a real moment, I think, for Peterogori. He struggled a little bit this season in all formats. He's only scored a tick above 150 runs and averaging 15. He's in the Belvedere Cup, he's only averaging 12. So there's a chance here for him to do something for Randwick Petersham.
Ashburton turns that nicely on the onside for a single.
He's looking good. Like that last shot that he played, it was a full-blooded cut shot. He just didn't quite get the angle on it that he wanted and picked out Nikitaris in the deep. And I think at this stage of the innings, it's hard because you've got a long on and you've got a long off. You've got a deep point. You've got a deep mid-wicket. Pretty much all angles of the field where a lot of people are looking to hit the ball are being covered by this St George field.
Stapleton is slower, full ball, and that has to be a wide, yes. You see the umpire with his McDonald's shirt on, raise the arms.
Well, that helps. There was 3 wides the last over. Another one here.
I had McDonald's for Christmas lunch this year. Anyway, here's Stapleton in again. Swung towards long on, and it's over his head for 6.
Oh, it's in a car as well, Manners, as I know you like to say that. That is thundered into a car on the other side of the road.
Wow, what a shot from Gore. Bottom hand, it's raced off the bat. The fielder at long on could not get it, and it smashed into a car.
I think that was Dobson down there, wasn't it? No, it looked like as if it was...
Joe Graham, the big fella.
Yeah, if he can't catch it, you know you've probably struck it pretty well. That I said, Peterogori, he's been throwing the bat, he's been throwing the kitchen sink. Eventually he's going to connect with one, and he did.
He dug that out. Look, and we'll see there. Oh.
Well, maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's going between the cars.
I would have seen. He's back now and nudging to third man for a single. And that brings up the 100 for Randwick Petersham there. A 6 for 100 in the 15th over.
Already 11 from this over, 1 ball to go. So this has been another really big over. So it's starting to get into interesting territory now. 45 from 31, still around that 9 runs per over required, Manners. Is there going to be a bonus here for Randwick Petersham?
Burton drives back to the bowler. Dot ball. So at the end of 15 overs, it's 6 for 100 at the corresponding time in the St George innings. You're going to love this. St George were only 6 runs ahead. They were 4 for 106, so the gap is closing.
It certainly is. It's just the wickets in hand. But if this pair can continue to stay in for the next couple of overs, wickets might not have that much of a say in it. Peterogori 18 from 14. Ashburton 3 from 4. Stapleton been the only St George bowler that hasn't been able to keep it tight. None for 25 from his 2 overs. That last over going for 11. Are we going to see a nail-biting finish? There's a nail-biter happening between Parramatta and Western Suburbs. Is there a nail-biter happening here as well? We have a slight delay as the sight screens are altered once more. You can see in front of us Adam Dokos has got his pads on as Caleb Phillips comes in, and this ball's dug out down the ground. There might be a chance for a run at it. It was a good piece of fielding, and they're going to actually get back for an overthrow, so they pick up 2. So that is a bonus there for Randwick Petersham. Probably only should have got one, but Gore was awake to it, and he picks up a couple to move to 20 not out. Phillips in his fourth and final over, 43 off 29. In he comes. Gore looks to sweep, a bit of an inside edge onto the pad, and it dribbles out to square leg for a single. One more to the total. Gore to 21. 42 required. 6 for 103. Haven't seen too much of Ashburton so far this afternoon. He's only faced the 4 balls. He's able to work this one off the pads nicely to get down the other end. He's done a good job of rotating the strike, picking up the ones, putting Gore on strike. Getting down to the business end of this game. One side is going to advance to the Sixers conference final. Full toss, hammered out through the offside, heading down towards the boundary. Doesn't have enough on it. No, it doesn't. Good sliding stop out in the deep. And St George do enough to keep it to 2. He perhaps got away with one there, did Caleb Phillips. Full toss outside the off stump and slapped away by Paru Gore, who's moved along to 23. This has been an inspired innings by the youngster. He's back and cutting well. He does pick out the man in the deep, but he does pick up the single. So, doing a good job in this over. Already 7 coming from it. Crime rate is 9, so we see something out of Ashburton off the final ball of this over. Back and clipped off the toes nicely. He'll retain the striker. Pretty solid over there for Randwick Petersham. 8 coming from it. St George probably pretty pleased as well, as it's below the required run rate. But it does complete Caleb Phillips's 4 overs. 1 for 27. Tidy figures by the St George all-rounder. 16 overs gone. 6 for 108. 37 required from 24. This is going down to the wire.
Certainly is. St George scored 29 in their last 4 overs. Randwick need to score 37. I think they're a chance here. I think Randwick a real chance to sneak this one. But Stapleton. No, actually it's not Stapleton.
Peter
it's
Francis. Peter Francis only bowled the 2 overs. Bowled it at the start of the innings. Feels like an eternity since we've seen him, but he did pick up a wicket second ball of the innings. Can he get a wicket here? He bowls to Burton, who's slamming this one. There's a mix-up. There could be a run out. Oh, and Phillips had him stranded halfway down the pitch. Probably had a bit more time to set and take his throw, but he fired it quickly.
Oh, that's pressure.
Away.
That's pressure. Tough one, though. He only had like 1.5 stumps to aim at from that angle. But as you say, Jack, probably had a little bit more time there to line things up.
A dot ball, though. 37 from 23. Burton on strike. Can he get Francis away? He's forward and he's punching that one, lofting it out to deep extra cover for the single. 36 from 22 minutes.
Yeah, and the clouds have just come over the ground here. The air's a bit heavier. The clouds coming over Randwick Petersham's Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup season. Or can they brighten things up with a magnificent win from here? Gore. Can he do it? 24 off 18.
Faces up to the tall pace of Peter Francis. He hammers this one down the ground. He's got that down the ground for 4. Beautiful shots. Picked up the length quickly, did Puru Gore, and slammed through the line. And St George trying in vain to reel it, and they couldn't do so. Gore moves along to 28 from 19. 32 required from 21. They're 6 for 113. Francis is a little bit too full in that swinging arc. He just was able to hit through the line. They now put a man at long off, but it does leave gaps elsewhere. Francis de Gorey inside edges onto the pad and is able to scurry his way through for a single. 2 balls remaining in the over. Pretty much tip and run stuff now by Randwick Petersham when they don't get or can't find that big shot, can't find that 2 or 4. There was nervousness on the sideline, certainly for Randwick Petersham. Adam Dokas can't stand still.
I wonder if this Ashburton's got a big hit in him. We haven't seen it yet. Is he someone that can clear the boundary once his eye's in?
He's done a really good job of rotating the strike, notching the singles around the ground. He faces to Francis, lofts this one in the air. Oh, this is going to be 4. A couple of bounces over the rope for 4. This is a huge over by Randwick Petersham. Andrew Menzel just asked the question, can he play a big shot? Well, there's an example of it from Ashburton, who goes to double figures. Francis's over has gone for 10. Still 1 ball remaining. It's 27 from 19 now.
Not the best delivery there from Francis in the slot. Made it very easy for Burton to just step forward and hit through the line. No one at long off. 4 more.
Francis steams in, looking for a breakthrough. It's hammered out through the offside. And Joe Graham cleans up, but they pick up the single. Burton will retain the strike. He moves to 11. Gores 29. 6 for 119. They looked out of it at some stage, probably 15, 20 minutes ago. St George were well on top, but this partnership is dragging Randwick Petersham almost to level. 26 required from 18 and a tick below 9 and over.
11 runs coming off that over, and a beautiful shot by Burton there. You just see the way he hit through the line with a full face of the bat. Highlight of that over for sure. Gore has to be given a lot of credit because you rightly say, 5 overs ago, Randwick were really struggling. Well, Gore's made an industrious 29 off 20. He's kept his side in the game, and now, with 3 overs to go, the pressure is back on the bowling team.
30 runs from the last 3 overs for Randwick Petersham as well. So they've done a really good job of being able to pick up the length and go for that big shot and break the shackles. It will be Burton to face, and a little bit of a mid-pitch conference between Gore and Burton. Let's have a look at the field. You've got a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, a long on. We don't have a long off. We have a regulation mid-off, but we also have a man down at deep fine leg, which is Joe Graham. So 4 players on the boundary on the leg side. Burton's there and he's hammering hard. He hasn't got much on it. They might get 2 here. They do. They turn quickly, and that's a great piece of running. And there could be overthrows. No, there's not. St George do well to back it up, but 2 runs to Burton, who probably wasn't pleased that he mistimed that, but it ended up being a luck of fortune.
Well, you mentioned the field, 4 fielders on the boundary on the onside, and we've mentioned that this is the long side of the ground that Burton's hitting to now. So what Craig Dobson wants to do is make Burton hit to the long part of the ground. But I don't think that's the best tactic, because if they just keep picking up 2s, they'll be still on track.
Dobson in. It's punched down the ground. They will get through for the single.
Don't you think, Jack? Because it's such a big space on this onside. We saw them get 2 last ball. Anyway.
Yeah, if that field continues, you could almost shuffle across, even if the ball's on off stump, and just knock it onto the leg side, and it's almost 2 every time as it's getting down towards a runner ball. 23 from 16. Burton's doing a job for his team. He's got himself to 14 from 12, but now it's Paro Gore's turn.
Interestingly, the last over would be bowled to the long side of the ground. Could be vital. Here's Gore. Can he hit 1 for 6 over the offside?
Faces Dobson, he advances and just pushes defensively on the leg side and collects the single.
Geez, if you were the next batter in for Randwick Petersham, you'd be pretty nervous right now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to watch.
I can't see who it is because can't quite see who's padded up.
Docus is padded up, and he's been, I feel like he may be the next man in, because he's been like a cat on a hot tin roof the last 20 minutes, walking around, pacing around. He's on one knee, hasn't been sitting down like the rest of his teammates I'm sure all of them feeling pretty nervous at the moment as Burton slaps that one. Hit well, really well out into the deep. They're going to come back for two. Potter Gore, is he going to be run out? Big appeal from St George, but I think he's just got home.
I think he missed the stumps. Did he? I don't think he took the bails off. I think that's... We'll just see, but I actually don't think... Oh, he took one off, did he?
No, I don't think... I think you're right. I don't think he took any off. It wasn't...
I think he would have been short. If Craig Dobson, when he throws at the stumps, he takes the ball, he flicks it at the stumps, I think if he hits, Gore's in trouble.
Is that a moment that St George are going to look back on? Burton goes to 16 with another two. He's been brilliant at knocking those around. Dobson in short. It's skied over the top of point. Man comes in from the deep. He can't pick it up. They're going to come back for two. Shy at the stumps. Van Tempest takes the stumps. He's got him. Run out. Huge moment in the game. Randwick Petersham lose their seventh. Burton striving for that extra run. Just couldn't quite get there in the end. Stranded. And he's run out for a very well made 17 from 14. And just when Randwick Petersham looked like they had their foot on the throat of St George, the Saints have found something to get back. It was a risky shot, Andrew Menzel, and it was an even riskier run. And the Saints are able to pick up their seventh. 7 for 126, 19 required from 13.
Great throw from the outfield. Made it very easy for the keeper. Excellent fielding. Who was that with the throw? Did you see the fielder? We'll see the way he picks it up and whips it in. Who's that coming in there? Look, quick pick up and throw. Perfect bounce straight above the stumps. That is a keeper's dream. That is terrific stuff from St George. They needed that wicket and they got it.
7 down.
So 7 for 126 at the end of 18 overs. Sorry, 1 ball to come in this over.
Basit Ali is the new man in, and he's going to have to face the music. So what does he have up his sleeve? But a very important knock by Ashley Burton. Don't discredit what he's done here. This partnership with Potter Gore has kept Randwick Petersham's season alive. Just for the moment. 6 off this over. 1 ball to come. Dobson 1 for 14. What does he serve up to the Randwick Petersham number 9? Do we see a Yorker? Do we see a slower ball? He's in. It's short of a length. It's slapped. This might be going all the way. Yes, it is. What a hit. What a strike by Basit Ali. First ball. A length ball on middle and off stump, and he slapped it right out of the screws for 6.
And that takes Randwick Petersham into the lead. At this stage, St George were 5 for 131 at the end of 18. Randwick 7 for 132. They've turned it round. They now just need 13 off 12 to win.
Effectively a run and ball, isn't it?
Exactly. Could we see a super over? I mean, this could be an all-time exciting afternoon.
Well,
Basit Ali, first ball, 6 over mid-wicket. Astonishing stuff. Brave stuff. Gutsy stuff. That's how you win titles. You go out there, first ball, pin the ears back, no fear, bang. Look, that is just beautiful.
Stand and deliver stuff, isn't it?
And they say you got to set your base up in T20 cricket. And you see he just set his base up, smashed it.
Great shot. He now has a chance to...
What an exciting passage of play, that run out, then the 6 next ball.
Here's Peter Francis, 13 from 12. Gore faces. Gore cutting well. He's got that one in the gap. It's not going to reach the boundary rope. They'll come back and double up and get 2. So it is now a runner ball, 11 from 11. Francis just giving that little bit of width, and Gore able to free the arms. Cut away nicely. Goes to 32 from 22. This has been a really mature innings by the young Randwick Petersham batsman. Job's not done yet, but he's got his side right in the fight here at Coogee Oval. Plenty of intrigued fans around wondering what the next stage is going to serve up. Francis in, cut away, playing a miss outside the off stump. huge to get a dot ball at this stage of the innings.
Yes, and every dot ball is receiving a cheer from the St George fans. 11 off 10. Thrilling stuff here at Coogee Oval.
We didn't think we'd see this when Randwick Petersham was 6 for 84 at one stage, Menas, did we? We thought it might just peter out and they might fall for 105, 110, but they've pulled themselves back into the fight, and there's some very nervous cricketing fans on both sides of the spectrum at the moment. Francis into Gore. He drops this one on the offside. There might be a run-out chance here. Gore was ball watching there for a moment. Had to get his skates on. He gets through for a single. It brings Basit Ali on strike, 10 from 9.
Just a quick score update. Parramatta have beaten Western Suburbs by 11 runs. So we will be covering on Wednesday Sydney University hosting Parramatta.
First versus second in the Thunder Conference there. That should be an absolute cracker of a game, much like this fixture is at the moment, as the clouds encompass the skyline here at Coogee Oval, as Francis wants to push his skipper Nick Stapleton back to a long off position. He's also got a long on, deep mid wicket, and deep point. 7 down. Basit Ali, the man with a strike rate of 600 after that first ball 6 of the last ball of the last over. Faces Francis and he hammers this one out to deep mid wicket. They'll probably only just get the single. Ali to 7. 9 from 8. It really is no room for error here for the batsmen or the bowlers. If the bowlers just get their line or length wrong and they concede a boundary, it would almost be game over for St George, whereas a wicket would be huge for St George. Perhaps none more so the fact that it would be a dot ball, but also bring a new, fresh batsman in. Francis steaming in. Short ball. Cut. Oh, just away from point. He's got plenty on it. Plenty of work for Nikitaris to do. He does well. Scoops it up just inside the boundary. But 2 valuable runs for Paro Gore. He chanced his arm and he got it through point for a couple.
St George need a wicket here. Randwick Petersham are on the way to a victory here. 7 off 7. Run a ball. St George need to knock one of these players over.
Gore's moved to a magnificent 35 from 25.
Said to you, what did I say? A quick 40 can win this.
You feel that if he gets his side over the line, Gore, he would be my player of the match. This has been a vital innings. It's been mature in every sense of the word. Last ball there, but does Francis have something up his sleeve? Into Gore, who's dug this one out onto the onside. They'll get through just for the single, which means 6 runs required off the final over for a Randwick Petersham victory. 5 would send us to a super over, which is probably what this game deserves, considering how end-to-end it's been and how the momentum has shifted. But Gore will retain strike. He's 36 from 26. Ali 7 from 2. And the big question on the lips of everyone around here is who's going to bowl this last over for St George?
Well, this is the most exciting game we've had the privilege of covering so far this season as part of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. What a great match to be on, the KO match of the day, the KO freebie. And it goes down to the very last over, 6 off 6. Who will hold their nerve? Not their nose. Who will hold their nerves? It's a tactical battle. I feel if St George get a wicket early in this over, then they've got a real chance. But apart from that, you would feel Randwick just need to play sensible cricket. I wonder if Stapleton will bring in the field. That would be the gutsy thing, bring in the field and make them hit through it. But they're not. There's 3 men back on the onside, 1 on the off. Gore on strike. What do you think, Jack? What would you be doing? Bringing the field in, trying to suffocate them, or what would you be doing?
I'd be keeping it out for the first couple of balls of the over, depending on what happens on those first 2 balls. But I think that's probably the thinking of Nick Stapleton, because you bring the field up, they get it either through the field or over the field. It's effectively game over because it's going to be a boundary. So I don't mind the fact that he's got 2 out on the leg side, or on the offside, pardon me. But it will be Gora.
I've noticed he's been slowing up a bit, Gore, between the wickets. That could become an issue in this over.
I guess the first thing they want to do is get to 5, at least tie the game at the very least. In comes Dobson with a slow ball, hammered down the ground and caught! Oh my goodness, this match! So many twists and turns just when Randwick Petersham look like they're pushing to victory. Luke Bhatia says no, no, no. He picks up his second, gores out for a splendid 36 from 27. Randwick Petersham now 8 for 139, 6 required from 5 in the final over of proceedings.
Well, what a wicket for St George. They needed that one to get back in this contest. Gore has just hit it straight down long off's throat. Hard to criticise him because he's played so well to get his side within striking distance of this target. But I don't know if that was the best option.
He looked like he was trying to play it a little bit straighter. Just seeing him walk off, being a bit frustrated. If he'd hit it straight, it probably would have been 4, it would have been 6. He still struck it fairly well. And it was a well-judged catch down there at long off.
Nervous times now for the Randwick Petersham side.
I guess the good news is they did cross. So Basit Ali is on strike, and the fact that he's smacked 7 from 2. The skipper taking that catch, as you can see. Safe hands and smart work by Nick Stapleton.
Adam Dockos has joined him out in the middle.
8 down. In comes Bhatia, the all-rounder. Into Ali, who's hammered that one. That has gone high, high. Nikitaris, it's 6. Oh, my goodness. What a victory for Randwick Petersham. With 4 balls remaining, Basit Ali with a wonder strike over the leg side, all the way for 6. He finishes 13 from just 3 deliveries. And a game that looked like it was heading to victory for St George has seen Randwick Petersham pull it out of the fire to win by 2 wickets and advance to the Sixers conference final on Australia Day.
Well, what a finish to this game. Congratulations to Randwick Petersham, who were in trouble. They were 5 for 80 in the 13th over, looking a long way behind, but they pulled the win out with some excellent cricket. Gore played a vital innings at the end there, and then Basit Ali faces 3 balls and hits 2 of them for 6. A heroic performance from him, and Randwick Petersham are through to the next round.
A marvellous day's cricket. Here's the replay, as you can see. It was just in that swinging slide. It sailed and sailed and sailed. Blake Nikitaris thought he might have been able to get that big frame up and slap the ball back in the field of play, but it wasn't to be. A beautiful shot by Basit Ali and an amazing victory for Randwick Petersham. It's been a fascinating day's cricket today. Earlier in the day, much earlier, St George won the toss and batted their way to 144, which we felt may have been maybe 10 or 15 runs shy, and it probably kind of sums up the fact that they were maybe 5 or 10 runs short on the day, St George. But Randwick Petersham doing a really good job. They were 6 for 84 at one stage in pursuit of 145. They looked maybe not dead in the water, Andrew Menzel, but they certainly looked like a side that might have been exiting the competition, but some great hitting. And we've got to give credit to Potter Gore, a young man that certainly hasn't had the greatest statistical season, played a wonderful knock of 36 from 27 and up there with that great partnership with Ashley Burton and some pinch hitting knocks from Anthony Sams and Riley Eyre. They can be really happy with that performance.
And a heroic reception for Basit Ali as he comes off the field. The Randwick faithful, they're applauding him after smashing those 2 big 6s. What a stunning finish to this knockout fixture. 6 needed off the last over. A wicket off the first ball of the last over, which we thought might turn the game back towards St George, but Basit Ali, a massive 6, and they go through. There's a thriller taking place at Allan Border Oval at the moment. Uni of New South Wales needs 7 runs off the last over to beat Mossman. So we're not sure who Randwick will play in the semi-final yet, but we do know Sydney University are hosting Parramatta in the other semi-final. Randwick need to wait for the result at Mossman Oval. That's going down to the wire there, but we hope you've enjoyed this match because the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup has turned it on for all the spectators this afternoon.
Yeah, big thanks for everyone that's tuned in this afternoon. As Andrew Menzel mentioned, and I echo his sentiments, hopefully that you've enjoyed the coverage. Please join us on Wednesday for Australia Day at 2:30 start time in the Thunder Conference Final to decide who will make it through to the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. It is going to be the home side, Sydney University, who finished first in the pool matches, taking on second place Parramatta at University Oval. We'll be live from 2:25 to bring you through all the action, and of course we'll have the round the grounds scores from the other grounds, and also in a couple of weeks after that, on the 6th of February, have the final of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. But for today, it is the awards and the merits that go to Randwick Petersham. They have walked the tightrope through to the Sixers Conference Final. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage here this afternoon. On behalf of the whole production team, I've been Jack Clifton. On behalf of Andrew Menzel, we bid you farewell. We'll see you on Wednesday afternoon.